and then
that'd be
my
that.
parents want to run a business, and
Sounds like my
if
fun.
they sell in Sparks, or if they shift from Carson City to Sparks, they have to pay sales tax in that area.
All right, good morning, everyone. Looks like we're gonna get this started. I'll call this meeting to order. It's so nice to see everybody actually in person and not in Zoom. Know some faces or some eyes for the most part, but thank you everyone for coming. We're gonna get started on this. Let's all stand up and do the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We all need a moment of silent reflection. Let's go ahead and do that for a minute here. Go ahead. All right, thank you for that. We're going to start remotely with roll call. Looks like Las Vegas. We'll start with you. Board members, please.
Seniors are unmuted, they're supposed to have mouse.
It's okay. We should be Zoom professionals at this point. Come on.
There we go.
Go ahead, Vegas.
Can you hear us?
I hear Paul on mine.
You guys muted again?
No, they're,
Oh,
yes, they are.
all right. We have a visual on them, so we'll recognize that.
Mr. Noah and
Mr. Noah and Barlin are there. All right, Elko, go ahead. Any board members there?
Farm, Higby, livestock, grazing.
All right, no board members there. Okay, good to go. We'll start from left to right.
Pete Paris, range sheep operation.
Heather Lackey, Pest Control, Douglas County.
Valerie Drake, Petroleum, Humboldt County.
Bernard Peterson, Range.
Woody Worthington, General Ag.
Tim Buffrina, Livestock, Humboldt County.
Charlie Frey, Churchill County, General Farming.
Dave Kuhn, Dairy Industry.
Yes, yeah, if you want to call.
All right, good to go. What's that?
Do you want to call staff? to present, or is it-
Yeah, we could do, we'll do a roll call for staff. Starting left to right.
Jennifer Ott, Director of Department of Agriculture.
Ano siya po, yung presentation administrator,
Samantha Bellwood, Executive Assistant.
Jamie Thompson, admin assistant.
All right, good to go. We'll go ahead and start. Sam, go ahead and read the criteria for public comment, please.
If you are making public comment and you're joining us from Las Vegas or Elko, I just need you to raise your hand at that time. You have 3 minutes once your time starts. If you're here with us in the office, I do have some requests here. Again, you would just come here to the table in the middle and make your comment. You have 3 minutes there as well.
Perfect, thank you, Sam. So is there any public comment that we have for line item number 2? Is Tracy Wilson available? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Wilson. I'm a special projects coordinator for American Wild Horse Campaign, as well as one of the data documentation leads for the fertility control program. I also volunteer for Wild Horse Connection and the technical large animal rescue team, where I'm an assistant supervisor. I thought I'd start this Monday's meeting off with some good news and some encouraging progress with the horse fertility program on the Virginia Range. American Wild Horse Campaign Year 2 Annual Progress Report was just released on Friday, June 4th, and we're pleased to share with you that the number of foals being recorded as born on the range from January through April 2021 showed a 58% reduction over the same time period in 2020. We treated 1,290 mares in Year 2, which is a reporting period of April 9th, 2020 to April 30th, 2021. Exceeding our goal of treating over 80% of the breeding age mares. This is out of 3,155 horses that we have confirmed living in our database. We anticipate even greater impact on the 2022 foaling season as new darting and documenting resources are added and private property access is expanded into more remote areas of the Virginia Range. Working together with our alliance partner and range management cooperative agreement holder Wild Horse Connection, as well as the rest of our local alliance partner organizations, we've increased public education and awareness. We have gained additional support from landholders and businesses. We've also seen a decrease in vehicle strikes in some of the high strike areas, thanks to the NDA approved temporary diversionary feeding for public safety, which allowed us to divert some of the horse movement away from unfenced roadways. A good example is seen when American Wild Horse Campaign was able to fund that program in the USA Parkway area, which resulted in a dramatic drop-off of horse vehicle strikes. This even elicited a positive feedback from a sheriff deputy. He said, "I don't know what you're doing, but it's working." As we move forward into Year 3 of the cooperative agreement partnership with the NDA, we look forward to reporting even greater progress towards horse population stabilization and even a decreasing population as the fertility control program and natural mortality continues to reduce full birth and horse survival rates. We'd like to thank the Nevada Department of Agriculture, Director Ott and staff for their support of the program and continuing the cooperative agreement into Year 3, and you, the Board of Agriculture, for your interest and support of the largest free roaming horse fertility control program in the world. Thank you.
Is there a Jennifer Garrett here?
I'm in Elko.
Oh, she's in Elko.
Can you hear
Perfect.
me?
Go ahead, Jen. Go ahead, Jen.
Okay. Good morning. I am Jennifer Garrett, and I received an email on June 3rd that included a voluntary survey about proposed changes to Chapter 571 of the NAC. If I am reading the draft correctly, these changes will require mandatory yearly trick testing in Nevada. I am here because I would like to understand how these new proposals came about and what the process is to enact them. This survey is the first I had heard of these proposed changes. I was here 2 years ago for your June 5th, 2019 meeting, voicing my opposition to mandatory trick testing. At that meeting, it was questioned why I was doing so, because no proposal had been brought to the board to make trick testing mandatory. Now a proposal has been brought forth and drafted, and I'm trying to figure out how I missed knowing about it. What do I need to do in the future to be informed? Was the public notified when these proposed changes were being discussed? And if so, where were the notices placed? What is the reason for these changes? Were they governmentally or industry generated? Was the public included when making these changes? What will be the cost to enforce them? And how will enforcement be paid for? Regarding the survey, who is it being emailed to? And are surveys being mailed to people that do not have email? Can we receive a list of survey recipients? 2 years ago, I also told you we were passing a petition around against mandatory trick testing. It was signed by almost 200 people. We want to ensure that all of the signers of our petition receive the survey. I understand these are a lot of questions, and I don't mean to bombard you, but I am frustrated that I had no knowledge of these proposed changes and would like to figure out why, as well as know what the process is for these proposed changes going forward. I realize these questions probably cannot be answered here, but can you give me the name and phone number of a contact person that can answer them, because the survey ends on June 17th. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Doug Busselman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For your record, I'm Doug Busselman. I'm the Executive Vice President of Nevada Farm Bureau. I'm offering these comments this morning as suggestions, which I hope you will consider for coming months and in the context of future meeting agendas. As you may be aware, we pressed very hard as we could, to get an amendment in the last legislative session that we hope to bring all proposed regulations involving all aspects of programs and operations of the Nevada Department of Agriculture before this board for consideration and possible approval. We weren't able to accomplish that, but we want to encourage you to use the authority that we believe you as a board have under NRS 561.105. And through construction of your meeting agenda, call for specific action items dealing with the development of regulations that the department will be involved with and promulgating over the next many months. At this point, we are aware that the regulations for brands NAC 564 and 565 will be moving into the hearing stage. On Friday, we received a notice that the hemp regulations will be going to workshop on June 23rd. Also last week, the administrative regulation process began for NAC 571, as the person who spoke before me made note of. That is starting with a small business impact survey. Down the road, this program workshop will move to workshop and eventual hearings. The proposed regulations for NAC 571 are fairly expansive and potentially controversial. We believe that the Nevada Board of Agriculture needs to be engaged, and if necessary, holding special meetings for livestock producers, having the opportunity to present their views to you. Based on the outcome of the 2021 Nevada legislature, there will be a host of other sections of regulations which will go through the amendment process. We believe that your role as the Nevada Board of Agriculture includes direct engagement and direction for what those regulations say and the levels of fees that will be assessed. We were not able to change the law in the past session to require all regulations to come before you, but using your authority, you have the ability to put critical items on your meeting agenda and include those agenda items as action items with opportunities for public input for you to consider. Thank you for serving on this board and working on behalf of your respective constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Busselman. Is there any other public comments? Anybody on Zoom? Remotely?
If you're joining virtually online, if you want to raise your hand, you can do that under your name. You have public comment. Joseph Gray.
Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, for the record, my name's Joe Frey, Fallon, Nevada. I would like to echo Doug Busselman's comments. I feel that the board needs to sort of take back some control and get some action items on to keep an eye on some of these proposed regulations. I think that through some of the testimony provided in SB 54, it is relatively clear that the department would not like to have the board's oversight. And I feel that the board is elected or put together as sort of a peer advisory to, you know, some of the magnitude of some of these decisions that are coming about are costing farmers, ranchers, and others significant amounts of money. And, the oversight of the board just needs to be present, and I encourage the board to do that. I would also like to offer my assistance in bringing forward any action items to the agenda in the future. I'll probably be in contact with some of the board members to see to it that that comes about. And I'd like to do it in a non-adversarial way. I think there's a good working relationship with the board and the department. I'd like to see that continue, but I would also like to see the board have a much more active role in the oversight of these proposed regulations, primarily because the magnitude of some of these decisions that are being made unilaterally. So again, thank you all for your service. Thank the department for what they do, because they do a good job. But I just think there's some changes that need to be made going forward, and I would be happy to assist in any way possible in that. Thank you.
Is that it remotely? All right, and hearing no more public comment, we're going to go ahead and close the first round of public comment. Moving right on, agenda item number 3, approval of minutes. I'll give you guys a little bit of time to go ahead and look those over for possible action. All right, does someone have a motion on the meeting minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes for March 10th, 2021.
Any others or a second? All right, thank you. You get that, Sam? We got a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. It's so moved, March 10th minutes. Item number 4 on the agenda, appointment of board member for Park Board. Doug Ferris, can you give us the lowdown on that, if you would, please?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Doug Ferris. I'm the Animal Industry Division Administrator. Can you hear me okay, Chair?
A little bit. Can everybody hear? Not really. Can you turn your volume down?
I'm gonna
Speak up, Doug.
Okay, how about now?
It's loud enough, it's just broken up too much.
So the Predatory Animal and Rodent Committee was created within the State Department of Agriculture under NRS 567.020 to control predatory animals, property destroying birds and rodents within the state of Nevada. Under NRS 567.030, the committee consists of 7 members. 2 of those members are designated by the State Board of Agriculture from among its members, one of which must be an appointee for the semi-range sheep production. That would be Mr. Paris. The previous position was held by Dr. Spratling, and since he is no longer on the Board of Agriculture, that's what requires the appointment of a new board member.
Appoint a member, because we have one right now currently. Do we not? Who's the one
I'm still one, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Does anybody want to volunteer for that position?
I'd volunteer for it, but I don't know how long. I can volunteer.
Awesome. For the record, Bernard Peterson says that he'd love to volunteer for the park position. It's not in the budget. So it's an action item, so we'll go ahead and I need a motion.
I'll make a motion with appoint Bernard Peterson.
That's one, we need one more.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second for the park position for Bernard Peterson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. It's so moved. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right, moving right along, agenda number 5, we're going to do board member updates. We started that via Zoom last time, so we're going to start the remote guys. We'll start with the Marlin over there in Vegas. Let's go ahead and get is a update in your area. Go ahead.
Everything, I mean, there's no, so we can disseminate all the stuff that's coming out of the legislature, and what we're dealing with.
Hold on 1 second. Wait one. Can we fix that? Okay. Because I know he's got a really good one.
You want them to see?
I would stand next to this.
Yeah,
He's
honestly,
long.
like the two
He's
brothers.
across the room.
Yeah.
Hey, Barley, can you step up to the mic?
We don't have a mic.
It's closer to the front of the room.
Closer to the front of the room, sorry. There you go. We'll have you step up to the mic, right? There you go.
I need to quit riding bucket horses. I'd get around better. Is that better? Can you hear me better?
I can. Everybody else? All right, floor is yours, Barley.
Since the legislature, until we figure out where everything is going with the policy and the policy, the code that's written on what's come out, there's really not a lot to report. Yeah, there's from the grazing end of it, I don't have a lot to report.
Okay, thank you. Mr. No? What do you got in your plant industry? What do you have? Make you work out today, exercise.
We're gonna move up here closer to the mic.
There you go. Perfect.
Okay, so Paul Noper, report on the nursery industry. As far as what we have experienced during the whole COVID era, the last year plus, actually, it's actually improved our industry in the fact that we have much more demand for nursery material from the public and from contractors. And so our business has actually been up for the last year and is slowly starting to come back to what the pre-COVID situation was. But we really have no complaints. We've had very little problems with insects and diseases for this past year, this past period. It seems that everything is cooperating very well with the growers and the producers in our industry, and so everything is actually going very well for us.
Awesome, thank you. Pete Paris, we're gonna start with you and then we'll just work our way around.
Well, the Nevada wool growers have seen a lot of adversity this year from huge droughts starting last fall, where a lot of people had to remove their sheep from the ranges and go to other areas, alfalfa fields, the different things to make things survive. When they did get back out on the ranges still hadn't recovered very well, but there was no more alfalfa fields either. Been constantly hauling water. Almost every producer that I know of is hauling huge amounts of water. The shearing season went by pretty well for considering they threatened to not have any sheep shearers get in the country because of COVID. Somehow they worked through that, got that pretty well taken care of. Seasonal help was a little slower getting in. Most people was way better than last year, but it still had some issues. Right now, I don't know, there's a huge decrease in rodents and rabbits and different things. The predator issue right now is at an extreme utmost high. I mean, it is, in our operation and talking to a couple neighbors, anywhere from 25 to 30 lambs a night in different vans. Can't keep up with the program, not enough. There's not enough trappers, not enough aircraft. There's only 3 aircrafts in the whole state of Nevada. And you think the cattlemen's are having a lot of problems, which that in turn starts sharing with them. It's the predator issue right now is huge, not just partially huge, but huge. The labor situation, ever since this influx of crossing the border, seems to people are realizing, why should we come here and do this kind of work when we can just walk across the border and have a free ride of doing whatever we want, some of them even getting money. We personally do not have as big a problem, but there's a lot of people that are losing 3 and 4 men a day after we spend approximately $4,000 a person for visas, airfare, special housing, special food, all of these things. They ride up here at that cost, and some of them don't even make it to work. They just get off the airport and just walk off and leave. That, between the predators and those 2 things, if there is a demise to the wool grower industry, those 2 things will probably be the main demise. So prices right now, nobody has any lambs in Nevada for sale right now because they're just being born. But right now, the lamb price is quite well. We're hoping that it continues to stay there till the fall. And I guess other than that, that's about all there is from the Nevada Wool Growers.
Thank you, Mr. Paris. Appreciate that, Pete. Heather, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Heather Lackey for the record. So pest has been pretty quiet recently. I think that the reason is more than anything, the majority of us are dealing with the epidemic after the pandemic. So many people chose to not do anything with issues during the pandemic, and now we're all kind of scrambling, trying to catch up. And I think that that's kind of been the major, between that and diversification, which has definitely been pretty big in our area recently. But I think that everyone's doing what they need to do, and I think we're all going to just keep plowing through it and we're just fine. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Heather. Go ahead, Valerie.
Valerie Drake, Petroleum Industry. Less shortages, higher fuel prices lately. Doesn't look like anytime soon things will be coming down. Since the Texas freeze, everybody's been buying back and back, and there's been lots of shortages from that and refinery issues. But supply has not been meeting demand. A lot of fuels having to be bought out of state here locally. But everything's been staying busy. The oils are even going up a bit because of the fact that there's shortages on additives. So you're gonna find a lot of shortages on motor oils and stuff too in the near future. But I feel like within the next year, things will start leveling out, as most industries will hopefully do the same. Thank you.
like to say thank you, Valerie, for being part of the board. She's recently
nervous.
assigned, a little nervous. That's all right. Welcome to the party, right? Really appreciate you stepping up and being part of this. So we're obviously dependent on petroleum, kind of important. We appreciate what you do and try to stay cool down there, right? Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, go ahead, Bernard. What do you got?
So for the record, Bernard Peterson. Valerie, I want to thank you for all the positive news. I'm stating that diesel and oil prices are going to continue to incline. I appreciate that. We burn it like it's water.
Supply and
every day.
demand,
Yeah.
everybody wants it right now.
So anyways, back to range. I want to echo what Pete was saying. People that aren't in the livestock industry in the state or in agriculture, they talk about drought being a common thing in Nevada, but this drought is very, very extreme. If you read some of the documented history going back to the 1870s, this is a very extreme drought for Nevada. We as producers in eastern Nevada are experiencing undocumented, unprecedented times for lack of precipitation. And if you're in the beef cattle business and the sheep business, it is very difficult times. We are struggling. Our business is struggling. We have some resources that others don't, but we are very challenged with the current conditions. Labor being a huge problem, like Pete stated. Myself plus our surrounding neighbors have all been highly challenged with that problem. The one thing that Pete did reference was I'm really concerned with the present market manipulation. We in the beef business, our input costs have escalated, like Valerie pointed out, not just in diesel, but in parts and pieces and fuel and fertilizer and seed and feed. All of those things have, in some cases, doubled and tripled in price in the last year. Look at corn and soybeans. And our end product price has not kept up with input costs. We're at complete negative figures when it comes to beef production right now. Lambs might carry their own, but we're only going to have a certain number of lambs because of the challenging production conditions. So all in all, livestock production in eastern and southern Nevada is going to be very, very difficult for the next year and the time period in front of us. So that's
awesome. That's it.
This
Good news.
more positive
Great.
news.
Awesome.
More
Really
positive
happy
news.
bunch of people here.
She's right
I
down
can
the
find
list.
a smile though. I'm
I know,
used to
right?
it.
You did.
Oh, it's going up.
Woody Worthington for the record, General Ag. I echo labor issues, obviously, water issues, which is always a big one, but on record historically, it's going to be rather interesting, but we're always creative. We'll make it work. A lot of different changes in my little valley. Alfalfa, yes, we got our first cut down and we love the rain because we needed water, but unfortunately it wasn't the right timing. So all of first cut looks like it'll be beautiful for cow hay. So with that,
For sale.
yeah, right, exactly. So with that being said, we do have a lot in that area. We got a lot of grains, a lot of diversified crops for value added products and different stuff like that. So we're just hoping on a global viewpoint that things kind of change. However, though, we've got major issues with the, obviously, like you were saying, in the beef industry, cyber situations and stuff like that. So we're continuing the new norm, I guess, after all of this stuff going on. So, and we have an influx of a lot of people that want to move into our area. So urban interface is growing and sprawling. So it'll be continued as we go on. So that's all I got for General Ag. Thank you.
Tim Dufresne, echo the same stuff. Northern Nevada or Northwestern Nevada, where we're at, is a little better shape water-wise and rain-wise, moisture-wise, but not a lot, but it is better. We'll survive this year. Beef prices, that's just bottomed out, or hopefully it has. Things are looking ugly. People haven't sell out and all that. And then of course, labor is always a real problem. But anyways, that's about the same as everybody else has got.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Frey.
Charlie Frey, I represent Churchill County. Like the rest of the board's members have said, there's a serious drought and our reservoirs in Churchill County are really low. We originally felt we had maybe 70% of our normal water. So the farmers went ahead and planted some new alfalfa, a lot of corn, rye, wheat, barley, and teff. And now the problem is it's planted. They are very concerned that the water is going to be cut further because the reservoirs are just so low. So some of them are deciding to keep certain fields out of production and take a loss on that acreage that was planted. And so that's a serious problem. And it, in the original prediction and estimates of our water, we thought we were going to get quite a bit. But even Lake Tahoe is down to the rim. I don't think they're going to release much water out of Lake Tahoe because it's very, very low. So, of course, water is mainstay. And we feel that we definitely need that water. So some of the farmers have even gone and purchased additional water righted land so they could take the water off that land and irrigate the crops that they planted this year, which we thought was a fairly good move, but it's very expensive. So that's my update. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Frey. Mr. Coons.
Dave Coon, Dairy Industry. Things actually are looking just a little bit brighter right now. We've depended quite a bit on the retail side of the industry to somewhat carry us through this difficult time. And with the lifting of the restrictions of COVID, the food service business is starting to come back. And so we will probably experience some kind of a downturn, possibly in retail, but that food service, especially in our state, is so critical to our economy. So we're grateful for that. And there's already been a noticeable increase in the southern part of the state. Fortunately, there is an ample supply of milk. We're not short milk right now. We are the recipients of a lot of your headaches, fuel, feed costs. It all trickles down. We're not complaining. It is a reality. It's just a simple fact that that's necessary to be absorbed into the cost of the product. And we'll probably continue to see an increase in milk and dairy products. But overall, I can say we're hopeful and we're encouraged.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to move to, thank you guys for, yes, go ahead.
May I add one thing on to these
Sure.
comments of the board?
Sure,
That I forgot to state a minute ago. Sorry about that. Another issue in the predator problem right now is there's a huge demand from the urban people for predator control. They're eating their cats and dogs. The Nevada staff and the USDA staff is so underthinged that they take people all the way from Ely to Las Vegas to handle several calls of these urban people losing their dogs and their cats to this, which takes so much time away from the livestock industry side of it. And that's why we push so hard to try to hopefully get this board and support also to reinstate several of these positions that we've lost. There's some other options coming out on the table. I don't know if we'll have time to be able to mention them today. Jennifer, I think, is aware of them, but for more assistance or more ways of controlling this problem. So I know the wool growers, and I'm sure the cattlemen, ask that this board supports any of these programs or any of these ideas that do come out when they do come, or whenever there's an opportunity to voice an opinion on it. So anyway, I'm sorry I forgot to add that at the beginning.
It's okay, Pete, no problem.
Thank you for the time.
Definitely. Any other comments from the board? No. We'll move right into agenda item number 5. As you were, agenda item number 6, review of agriculture bills passed through Nevada legislation. Go ahead, Jen. You've just been doing a couple things the last couple days.
Yeah, just a few. For the record, Jennifer Broad, Director of the Department of Agriculture. In your packets and available to the public and online, you will have a document titled First Nevada Legislative Session Review. So per the department's goals of modernizing our regulatory and statutory framework, we had quite a few bills in front of the legislature this year. Many of those bills are to update language reflecting federal code of regulation. Also, to make some changes, so we didn't have to lick a stamp on every notice. We could start doing things electronically. Some things were to adjust penalties and a lot of cleanup. So we had quite a few bills here. These are all bills that affect the department in some way. So this is not a complete review of everything that affects the agriculture industry. These are all bills that have some sort of impact in the department, and I apologize if I missed one or two. I tried to be as thorough as possible. So I'll go ahead and run through these, and if you have questions, I'll try to answer them. If not, I might kick it to the division administrators for more detailed answers. So starting with the assembly policy bills at the top, we had AB 31. AB 31 revised provisions governing the Nevada Petroleum Product Inspection. This is requiring the Board of Agriculture to adopt standards for diesel exhaust fluid, aviation fuel, petroleum heating products, and provisions for storage and disposal of petroleum products. There were other small changes within the bill, and really this is also part cleanup. Part of this bill had some authority shared with the state sealer consumer equitability and some with the board, and we just moved everything to board authority in that bill. AB 34 revised provisions governing control of pests, noxious weeds, and pesticides. This is changes to NRS 555, requiring us to adopt regulations to expand the definition of weed-free to include products free of propagated parts. And also some cleanup in the pest control industry to bring Nevada in line with federal EPA rules. AB 74 made changes to chapter NRS 586. This was also to update to comply with federal regulations, registering all sellers of registered use pesticides to maintain records. AB 75 revised provisions related to weights and measures. This required us to establish new definitions here, and also removed our duty to adopt requirements for open dating of food. This was something that consumer equitability was supposed to be doing, but we felt that really this was more of a health department activity, so we removed that from our books. AB 85 revised provisions related to noxious weeds. This bill came out of the Interim Public Lands Committee. This was allowing a state quarantine officer to designate a weed as noxious for certain geographic areas for a certain period of time, while not applying that entire designation to the state. AB 399 revised provisions relating to the production of sale of eggs and egg products. This required NDA to inspect and certify cage-free egg production in Nevada. This is egg inspections is something that the department already does under our producer certificate. And so we are just, while we are at farms, we're also looking at the cages the egg laying hens are kept in. AB 411 made changes regarding to fuel. You're going to hear more about this from Administrator Matijevich in her report. So I will skip that since you're going to get an in-depth on that one. Moving on to Senate policy bills, SB 34 made changes related to agriculture. This allowed our enforcement officers, our peace officers, to have access to the heart and lung bill for their benefits. They were the only law enforcement officers, or close to it, in the state that did not have the access to that benefit. And that is something that the department had been working on for a very long time, and we're so grateful that they now have access to those benefits as they are post-1 peace officers. SB 54 revises the Board of Agriculture membership. Do I need to go through this one, or do we?
Go ahead.
All right. It expanded the board from 11 members to 13 members, including representation on the board for a licensed veterinarian, a food manufacturing and processing position, and supplemental nutrition. There has been a lot of questions on what supplemental nutrition is, and that is nutrition that is used to supplement food already provided by the family. So this would be a position representing food banks or food pantries. SB 63 is revising provisions pertaining to hemp. As Administrator Jepson is going to provide an update on the state hemp plan, and this was reflecting those changes that were requested by USDA. It also helped us to sort of refine the application process a little bit and making it a more efficient process for the department. And then also authorized us to revoke or refuse registrations for those who falsify information. SB 65 revised segments of the Department of Agriculture. We changed 2 division names. Consumer Equitability will now be known as of January 1st as the Division of Measurement Standards. Bring cheers from the crowd. And plant industry will move to plant health and compliance, more reflecting what they do in that division. It also formalized the divisions within the department in law and revised the qualifications for the state veterinarian. SB 297, although this did not have a direct effect to the department, I am appointed chairwoman to the Council on Food Security, and so this did have an effect on that, and it requires the Council on Food Security to research and develop recommendations on community gardens and urban farms. SB 370 requires the department to establish the Home Feeds Nevada Agricultural Food Purchase Program. And I'm really excited about this. This is a program born out of many ideas and collaborations, not only with producers, but also food banks. This is a program that we are going to be able to fund to purchase food from producers, whether it's meats or vegetables or processed foods, and to provide them to the food banks. So we will be supporting and helping producers and also helping food banks. It's a win-win, and it's a really exciting program. SB 400 makes various changes to certain unlawful acts relating to consumer protection. This allows the state sealer of consumer equitability to establish a schedule and impose fines on purpose who commit unlawful acts relating to weights and measures. Really, this bill just adjusted the penalties. The first offense in this bill was jail time. And so we just sort of adjusted that down a little bit. And we also introduced the option for civil penalties in this bill. SB 404 revised provisions regarding cannabis. This allows our Consumer Equitability Division team to enforce regulations requiring, relating to cannabis weighing and measuring equipment, so inside those cannabis production facilities. SB 438 adopts the food safety regulations under the produce safety rule. This was a request by the FDA. We are already commissioned by the FDA to do this work, and this was just adopting their CFR into our state laws. SB 443 requires a sell-by date and additional information on seed coatings and seed containers. This is in an effort to not be a dumping ground for all expired seed. We're about the only state in the entire nation that does not make this requirement. And so we tend to get a lot of warehoused seed. And so we are trying to correct that, as well as we're creating definitions as you see below. SB 454 is the livestock inspection rate change for the re-recording year. Currently, the re-recording period is 4 years at $120, and this bill changes the re-recording years to 5 years, and they did put the $200 there in statute. Doug's going to go into more detail, or Administrator Ferris is going to go into more detail on the workshop changes and the NAC changes for the livestock inspection program. So those are the policy bills, but of course, as an executive branch agency, we also had quite a few administrative bills that affect our operations. And so I'll quickly run through those. AB 253 allows public bodies to conduct meetings using remote technology, and so public meetings still can be used under via Zoom without a physical location, and so we can continue to use that technology not under the emergency declaration. AB 336 requires the Peace Officer Standing and Training Commission to adopt regulations establishing standards for annual behavioral wellness visits. We do have peace officers, so we will be implementing that. AB 365 requires departments to prepare and submit annual equity in the workplace reports. We will be submitting those reports to both the governor and the legislature. AB 409 is the bias identifiers bill, requires Peace Officers Standing and Training Commission to adopt regulations identifying implicit bias while on the job. And we will have to implement those recommendations once those regulations are adopted. SB 51 revises provisions relating to the sex or gender-based harassment in the executive department of the state government. This is basically requires the appointing authorities, myself, to provide each employee with a copy upon hire and subsequent updates of this once it's developed. SB 212 revises provisions relating to the use of force by peace officers. We will have to create and adopt a written policy providing training on those subject matters. SB 222 requires us, if possible, to designate a diversity and inclusion liaison and outline annual meetings and reporting. SB 236 requires every law enforcement agency to establish an early warning system for the purpose of identifying peace officers employed by law enforcement agencies who display bias indicators or other problematic behaviors. That is a procedure that we will have to create. SB 318 requires us to develop a language access plan to ensure that those who have limited English proficiency have access to the department's services and requirements. And finally, SB 412 made an appropriation to the Department of Agriculture for laboratory equipment and maintenance contracts for the VetMed laboratory. So I know I went through those really quickly. Was there any that piqued anybody's interest or had any questions?
That was it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Everybody get it? Awesome job. That was a lot of administrative stuff. Getting it all done. Does any board member have a question? Berlin? Just hanging out. There we go. Thank you so much. We're gonna go ahead, since you're all warmed up and ready to go, we're gonna go next to the agenda, the director's report, and then we'll take a short recess after that.
All right.
So, okay.
Sounds great. So you don't have a written director's report in front of you. I'm just going to do this one verbally, mainly because much of the activities have been surrounding the legislature. So I have two just quick updates that I wanted to bring to your attention. During the budget proceedings throughout the legislative process, there were two items that were flagged for the Department of Agriculture. The first had to do with our dairy program, and the second was the livestock inspection. So I'll speak about the dairy program first. The after review and analysis by the Legislative Council Bureau, it was determined that assessments made by the department on the industry were not enough to keep the budget healthy. The budget is going into decline such that we will be operating in the negative by fiscal year 2024. So after we were doing some analysis, it showed that the reason for the negative budget projection is that assessments on fluid milk, fluid cream, and butter had been set to zero in 2014 and 2015 by the Dairy Commission, the then Dairy Commission at the time. And that was because the assessments and the reserves on that budget had been in excess. So it was determined by the Dairy Commission to reduce those assessments to zero. With the current budget situation with the dairy program, we do need to reinstate those assessments again. After conversations with Administrator Ferris and speaking with our staff, our fiscal administrator, and we determined that we would be able to reinstate the assessments on fluid milk and fluid cream at 0.004 per pound, which is the assessment that exists at 2015 when it was set to zero because of the increase in industry and the increase of purchases of milk and an increase of our population since 2015. It was determined we did not need to go higher than that. And then also on the butter assessment, we're looking at 0.01 per pound, which was also the rate that it was existing at 2014. So the industry has been notified that the assessments are coming. That letter went out from the department in early May. The letter explaining the exact, I don't want to say dollar amounts because they're really fractions of a cent amounts of the assessments hasn't gone out yet, but that will go out shortly. And then the assessments will begin on July 1st, 2021. And I think that is it. Is there any questions on that?
Does the board have any questions for Jennifer?
Mr. Chairman, I have one question for Jennifer, if I could please.
Sure.
And it's under the AB 34, if we can back up to that for just a second. Oh. Going back to
Take note of this back an agenda item, we'll go ahead and allow that.
Yes. I was just hoping for a little bit of clarification. I'm not entirely clear on what this is saying here, that it's allowing for the exemption of a Nevada license. to sell nursery stock via the internet if licensed in another state. I'm not clear on exactly what that is saying, because it
So-
could be misunderstood easily.
Yeah, so I'm gonna actually punt that to Administrator Jepson during her update, if that's okay.
Excellent, I just wanted further understanding, thank you.
Yep, I will make a note and make sure that when she's in here, bringing it to bring that up.
Thank you.
Was that good again?
Yes, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Did you get that, Sam? Perfect. All right, any other questions for Jeff Goff? We're gonna take a 10-minute recess. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead, what do you got? Go ahead.
I'll go faster.
I know.
Jennifer on again for the record. The other item I wanted to bring up that was flagged by the Legislative Council Bureau as part of the budget process was the livestock inspection plan that we have had discussion about. We were able to get through SB 454, which is the adjustment for the re-recording, which contributes to the fix for that budget account. However, at the time that our budget was going through the approval process, SB 454 had not been introduced yet. Therefore, the legislature and also the NAC revisions to fix the fee increase on brand inspections had not been adopted as well. Because those two things did not happen, the legislature chose to not approve that plan during the legislative process and has asked to bring the plan back at the interim finance committee for approval and implementation. So that means, so now we have SB 454 is passed, so we've checked that box. And we, Doug, Administrative Affairs is going to give an update on the workshop and hearings for that portion of the livestock inspection plan. And then that will go to the interim finance committee for approval so that we can start moving forward with moving our brand inspectors to state service and all of the changes outlined in that plan. So I wanted to give you that update. Got any questions?
Was
All right,
that
okay.
two? You did say two, sorry.
I did say two, and then I just wanted to very quickly note that it's not just the state budget that we work on. We are also working on the federal budget as well. We have been working with not only our federal delegation, but with contacts in other industries to increase the allocation of federal funds that come into the state of Nevada for our industries purposes, whether those industries are food insecurity based in order to purchase more food from Nevada producers, wildlife services. And so we are actively engaged with USDA and our federal delegations to increase the budget amounts that are allocated to the state of Nevada. So I just wanted to put a quick plug in there because not only is it state legislature, but it is the federal process as well that we are actively working on. So I know I'm done.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. We're going to take a 10-minute recess and then we'll convene back on agenda item number 8, animal industry. All right, thank you guys.
I knew when I sent that email that people were gonna.
Why?
I get it. You know, people say I was wondering.
Yeah, I didn't know you were gonna stay. I was gonna talk to you now.
Let's get her done.
Especially with the mining.
I know.
That was a very interesting article over there, I guess.
How you been, Doug?
Well, it's been steady.
Oh, yeah, it's accurate. Good to see you.
You guys getting any crickets up your way?
Oh, yes, we've got our share.
Yeah, we had ours come and visit us last Thursday.
Explain it to someone.
I like this.
Yeah.
That's the worst part of it is having to live there.
There's not a heck of a lot of guys that do.
No, although we did buy some eggs up today, started spreading it.
When you got a hand,
She's been out spraying all kinds of stuff.
Are they invading pretty good?
It's about as heavy as it's, I mean, we lived out there now for 20+ years. And this is the second time that we really got hit hard.
This is gonna be our second time. They're coming in strong.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It seemed like that bait just makes them hungry. I don't know, want to put way away, but it just draws them in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't, you sure they don't want to put extra.
Yeah, and I'm like.
But you gotta put this in the lilac bushes because I spent the whole day on quick plant lilac bushes.
You know, and so far, these haven't caught somebody else in the last time they did.
No, and that's, I mean, my experience with this.
I know, it is gonna be really different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, but I think it was a rush hour.
Probably
Although there's probably less than mine.
Yeah.
You
know, this new world.
Yeah.
And I've heard that and kept it over.
So my first regular session.
So plus, if you get some of the bales, they just do it a lot.
I do. We have some of it, you know, we got.
So I think that was right, so people left at 9, right, people left at 9, and then there were people in 11. Yes. And or like,
Come out of COVID.
In the baby.
that's when when Maggie read from, Maggie flipped.
I walked through the leaves on our place on Saturday. And the whole ground.
Yeah, it's just all shoved.
I know three people I see doing leadership right now, she's one of them, Gagers, and,
Busman.
Well, I better roll
Trying to see that.
me too.
What's Teresa's?
I gotta do before dinner.
Take a session off and then run against Heidi?
I don't think so, I think she's done.
Mine is fine.
I think she's gonna look better.
Fair enough, fair enough, yeah. All of that.
Which is fine.
On the bottom of my
Yeah,
check.
I think
That's
it's
how it works.
mine, I think there's
Absolutely.
county, to be honest.
Yes, Kitty's turn.
But I
And I think they might be the same. They might be.
Hava, she was at CCEA. It's gonna be an interesting
Okay.
cycle, but I don't think that the redistricting really gets settled the way we think it will. I think there's gonna be a bunch of lawsuits. Just like it was 10 years ago.
You're a tornado.
And plus, I think we're
Changes
active
going
right
on
now.
all this night, so I wonder.
But I think we're gonna lose a seat up here.
That's what I've heard. I've heard that too,
So-
Senate seat, right?
Yeah, I think it's Lee Benz.
How's everything on your end?
Oh.
It's never
good.
It's not boring.
Nope, it's
never
never
boring.
No, it's more top level.
That's for sure. It's never boring.
Yep, I get it.
Often stressful.
Right now, it's not
Yeah, no, I'm hoping that
It's it's at the damn.
I know, I'm like, okay, I've done the recession session, I've done the pandemic session.
I never want to do a pandemic session again.
Right? I don't ever want to do the recession, I feel like the recession was first.
So here's the thing for me, like, I had a stupid bill, I should have never had any problems, just any good bill that doesn't actually do anything, and that was the bill.
Why are you bringing a bill that does nothing?
You just said that.
Right.
I'm aware of what it does.
$120, Elliot, don't be bringing this to purpose.
Committee within the department. So it does, you know.
These guys are all water forever.
Right? Yeah, and we've never had a problem. Never had a problem.
What kind of decision?
There isn't any.
Oh, okay.
Elko County's got some. Just ROI.
We're not-
ranges on South Country.
Okay, so
I mean,
yeah.
we feel that it's a long-term value. But we're gonna keep, couple, you know, run into like, all down in California. there's all this- We have. you can talk about for a while.
It's not just.
I think whatever.
I know. We still have alfalfa,
Yeah,
but,
it's exciting.
we downshift.
And I'm trying to figure out. I think you got the death penalty.
That's okay. I'm used to working around kids, so.
Tribal dreams also.
Yeah.
Because of coming collections have been overtrained because of the two jobs. I think that there's a chance that she either doesn't run for reelection. I think so too.
I think she are.
Or are they primary?
Oh, they're all getting primary. That's a new party.
It's actually really fascinating for me to watch this because it's like, oh, GOP is a one point. And then the events are like, hold my ear, and I'm just like,
Yeah, exactly.
and then the GOP is like,
And now they're all gonna be like.
We'll absorb a little
We have
bit.
some moderate, the Democrats still.
We absorb a little
He's gonna
bit,
win.
even.
Well, most of those moderates are just.
I know.
It was the last election that brought in.
Well, I love that they're moderate.
I would say they'll work with each other.
Let's
Really
just
work with them.
Dude,
But
no,
they're gonna get a primary, but
no,
it's super
so,
progressive. And
yeah.
and it's the same problem.
We finally got to figure out
The
what
ones
grains
that go
to grow in
the
Nevada.
primaries are the extremes, and those are the ones that are no.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think it's gonna be interesting too, because of like, I had coffee with Cecilia on Friday. I'm just like trying to get to know her, especially when it comes to this.
Oh, yeah. Still eating lips of it all.
What did I do?
No, we usually compost, I mean, because we're now like in full production mode, we're trying to get the ground spirits going, but, just.
Especially from like the negative.
People drink when the times are good.
What? Apparently that was an accident.
Since she was in an accident.
No, no.
So your mother-in-law, but.
That's exactly how it is.
Well,
Yeah,
Baker does that with his.
especially with like this kind of stuff.
You know, just the beer brew.
Natural
resources. Oh, yeah, his marble.
And it comes from from an inner city perspective. Urban, sure, urban.
Go ahead.
But I think that the nature, which is a good tool. Because like all of your EV connection in rural Nevada.
And you know,
No.
Yeah, I could work with them.
No, we
I
compost.
think so too, but I think like.
Yeah, we have the largest compost.
You got a little weird.
So it has a pretty good value.
So if he's no longer the low.
And quite frankly, honestly, we now can do. we
We'll
can-
probably.
Well, the issue with-
Yeah.
See, but I think like, I think the life natural resources. I think it actually
But
like.
if it comes from home, then.
At least, I mean, where things are typically, but it's
Yeah,
so much
sure.
restriction.
I mean, look,
My understanding is.
It's also dependent on the kinds of. That's even a whole
If she comes back.
I'm not sure.
And at least you don't have to live here.
Yeah.
We started.
I was raised with her.
It's just,
Yeah,
it's
actually,
sensory overload right now,
It is,
honestly. I mean, and the labor industry are all.
Is so long.
Yeah.
And I just,
I think it's gonna be
I have no
interesting.
respect for that. I'm working harder right now than I ever have in my life, so I can do it. It's children.
It's, what can you do?
You know, I appreciate it.
Well, and the fact of the matter is, I mean, you can't afford not to. And you have to just be honest with people, it's like, I'm not gonna be able to make it, I'm sorry.
That's the problem too, they're like, we want to get. Alright, so it's what I've ever did right now.
She's slacking. Just did it. Didn't catch up, you just caught up like a month, 2 months later.
I'm sure you guys will be friends.
All right, let's get everybody.
I don't know why. Thank you. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, great. Stick them in the corner.
You don't care? It's been stepped on by something besides the first.
All right, we're gonna call this meeting back to order. Thanks for everybody getting back on time. A few of us. We are going to start on agenda number 8, animal industry. Go ahead, Mr. Ferris, can you hear us?
I can, Mr. Chairman. You hear me okay?
Very scratchy.
Okay, for the record, Doug Ferris, I'm the Animal Industry Division Administrator. Start with pending matters of significance. Dalton Smith, who is our NDA Agricultural Enforcement Officer 1 in Elko, has completed his final phases of field training with Ian Knight and Justin Ely, both our other officers. He completed that. He'll now be progressed from an Agricultural Enforcement Officer 1 to an Agricultural Officer 2. And he will be working in a solo capacity now in the Elko area, which will help alleviate a burden that the other officers have been carrying due to the continued vacancy of Ely and our prior vacancy of Elko. So I'd also like to give a huge thank you to Officer Justin Ely and Officer Ian Knight for development and implementation of the entirely new Ag Enforcement Officer Field Training Program and providing the required training to Officer Smith while also performing their regular job duties. As far as recruitments, the previous 12% budget cut, now if with that being reversed, we will be able to recruit for our Agricultural Enforcement Officer 2 position in Ely. And we will also pursue the reclassification of our Elko biologist position, moving that from a biologist to a microbiologist position. This will be more suitable for the laboratory testing in the Elko laboratory and aid in reopening of the Elko laboratory for testing. Program staff have held 2 workshops for proposed changes to NEC 564 and 565. I know we have an update after this one, so we can review that language. We have held 2 workshops on that, and the revised language that we received during industry input, we did provide that to the Legislative Council Bureau. And when we receive that back, then we will be scheduling our hearing. Let me see here. Revisions to the original proposed language of NEC 571, which is animal disease, have been drafted. I know that was noted during public comment earlier. We're in the beginning stages of the drafted regulations there. This has been at least the last 3 to 4 years, I would say, we've received input from the industry asking us to to redefine our language pertaining to TRIC. So this is the beginning stages of that. We sent out the survey. We'll complete the small business impact statement. And then we'll move on to holding public workshops and receiving input from industry and interested parties. Same thing, if need be, we'll hold the second workshop, which is what we did with 564 and 565. Then the language goes back to Legislative Council Bureau, and then we would schedule a hearing with the revised language at that time. We also, with the surveys that were sent out, we sent out 3,780 emails with the link to the survey for this proposed regulation change. And those are all comprised from a list of contacts that we have at NDA for anyone affected by this regulation change. Proposed revisions to NEC 583, which is meat, fish, produce, poultry, and eggs. We had completed the survey, small business impact statement, and held one public workshop. During the public workshop, the department received a substantial negative impact and displeasure with the proposed language. Due to the amount of negative comments toward this language, we've chosen to go back to the starting board or scratch board here and start over with new language. So we'll start working on proposed language for 583, but that'll be dependent upon staff time to work on that. We still have some NECs pending that were submitted back in June of last year to LCB. And they still need to go through the hearing or workshop and hearing process. Those are NEC 441A, infectious diseases and toxic agents, NEC 573, public sales of livestock, NEC 577, animal remedies and veterinary biologics, and NEC 584, dairy products and substitutes. Moving on to our partnership activities, USDA Wildlife Services, NDA and USDA Wildlife Services continue working jointly and performing wildlife damage management operations. And then USDA APHIS, NDA staff continue working in conjunction with USDA APHIS and performing the furthering of Nevada's animal disease traceability plan and program. Our 2020 final quarter updates were completed and submitted to USDA, and NDA staff have prepared and submitted the 2020 cooperative agreement application for both ADT and umbrella grants. These were both successful in securing funding for both cooperative agreements. The ADT grant cooperative agreement was in excess a little over $46,000 and just over $40,000 for the umbrella cooperative agreement. And there was also some additional funding that was awarded just recently for EID readers and taggers. So we'll be moving forward with the purchase of those. Wild Horse Connection, NDA renewed the Wild Horse Connection non-exclusive cooperative agreement in August of 20. So that'll be coming up again here shortly in this year for a review and approval on another cooperative agreement. Their monthly calls to date, they've listed them each year for the month, so I won't go by each month, but a total number of 644 calls addressed during fiscal year 21. And in addition to that, 14 horses were relocated from Carson City to South Meadows, and 10 horses were relocated from Hidden Valley to Fernley due to public safety concerns. American Wild Horse, I know they gave some public comment there in the beginning, so over part of that. We did sign a third-year cooperative agreement with American Wild Horse Campaign in April of 2022. We continue to receive monthly reporting from the group concerning their addressing their fertility program. And I have all the numbers listed there down at the bottom, as long as those numbers that were provided during their public comment. Moving on to our program updates, Commercial Feed currently has 305 registered and active accounts for this fiscal year. Livestock Enforcement, the NDA's 4 law enforcement officers dedicated their time to 71 new livestock investigations, 79 follow-up investigations, 7 animal health, 3 animals were quarantined, 1 vehicle crash, 1 vehicle versus livestock, 291 traffic stops. And out of this were 72 warnings issued and 8 citations issued. There's also been over 1,800 phone calls and over 1,400 administrative hours put forth towards this program during that time. We've 626 training hours, which goes towards both the training completed by our new agricultural enforcement officer, as well as required post-training that our officers must complete twice a year. So for livestock identification, staff have completed 13,717 brand inspections, totaling over 447,000 animals. And this does include the 2 public livestock auctions. Brand inspection staff have worked over 12,000 hours and traveled in excess of 261,000 miles while performing these inspections. Our staff have renewed 377 brands and approved 208 new brand applications. We still do have 73 pending, along with 91 transfers pending. Staff have received over 2,900 livestock assessment filings for July of 2020. There's been 233 late assessments for 2019, 34 late for 2018, and 24 late assessments for 2017. We have mailed out the livestock movement permit applications for 2021. 155 of those have been returned for processing for a total of over 2,600 permits that have been issued at this time. The 2021 livestock assessment letters, tax letters have been sent out. Those were delivered to state printing and should be out, I believe this week. We should have those out to all livestock owners and producers. Divisions issued 195 agricultural licenses, and the Sparks office staff have received in excess of 320 phone calls or emails related to the Virginia Range feral estray horses. Moving on to predatory animal and rodent control. The 2021 annual park committee meeting was held on February 18th, 2021. We've also received an application for the vacant master guide seat, and this has been provided to Chairman Purcell for future approval in addition to the park committee. Park employees have provided technical assistance, non-lethal predator control recommendations, and removal of predators across the state throughout fiscal year 21. The primary species of animals addressed during this time were coyotes 46%, ravens 52%, and the remaining 2%, including feral swine, lions, striped skunks, badgers, bobcats, and European starlings. Employees provided outreach to over 1,700 individuals or businesses. Since July of 2020, 10 samples were taken during this time. Agricultural product losses that were verified by staff consisted of 65 calves, 67 chickens, 12 ducks, 12 turkeys, 3 goats, 312 sheep, and 10 acres of alfalfa. There was additionally 7 companion or hobby animals that were killed during this time. Moving on to veterinary medical services, the pooled PCR testing program was launched in December of 2020. This also included accepting pooled PCR test results from other states to help with importation in interstate commerce. The Animal Disease Laboratory has performed over 7,800 procedures, totaling in excess of 28,000 tests or services for the fiscal year. Animal Disease Lab staff participated in brucellosis proficiency testing and were USDA certified to perform 2 methods, both the BAPA and BCT testing. ADL staff hosted the Nevada Vector Control Association meeting virtually on March 17th. This is an annual meeting which is attended by 11 partnering agencies. The meeting included presentations and utilizing drone technology to deliver insecticide, as well as insecticide resistance and other training resources. The ADL supervisor is currently working with Churchill County to arrange for sentinel chicken testing for West Nile virus. Due to lack of funding, this testing will be sent out to UC Davis. USDA cooperative agreement funding received will also provide for an additional upgrade to the Animal Disease Lab's diagnostic VADS tracking software. This will be a significant positive impact to the laboratory's tracking and sample management procedures. In November, the ADL successfully performed and passed an inspection by the USDA related to equine infectious anemia testing. And also the ADL supervisor virtually attended the Pacific Southwest Vector-Borne Disease Center of Excellence annual conference in February. She presented an update on arboviral testing for Nevada during this meeting. Investigations involving trichomoniasis infected and exposed herd continues. The investigations include some multi-state investigations as well. The department has maintained their quarterly swine scrap feeding inspection requirements, including license renewals. Rabbit hemorrhagic fever investigations and monitoring continue, with detection now confirmed in 7 counties. This is ongoing investigations and cooperation through USDA, APHIS, and NDOW. The state veterinarian continues to work with One Health Partners in consultation with Nevada veterinarians regarding COVID-19 in accordance with the CDC recommendations. Our RFID 840 and OCV tags continue to be issued out by NDA in coordination with our USDA animal disease traceability plan. State veterinarian continues to work in conjunction with law enforcement, animal control authorities, industry partners, and USDA on animal investigations, including disease investigations involving livestock and public health. We have investigations into illegal imports that are continuing in cooperation with other state animal health individuals, and some of these include multi-state investigations. The NDA animal importation requirements webpage has been updated to reflect changes to our to animal disease and to improve compliance with this. The veterinary diagnostician and state veterinarian implement an additional sampling technique for obtaining scrapie samples to maintain Nevada scrapie status. And I'll actually hold that for the end of my report. We actually have Dr. Forbes to give an update on that. Byron Newcastle disease and avian influenza testing was completed in several higher risk poultry flocks to monitor the potential for the emergent disease. And NDA participated in successfully completing the National Priority Trace exercise in accordance with ADT and our cooperative agreement for animal disease traceability. ADL staff have will have limited funding this year to cover West Nile virus testing through July of 21 due to impacts related to COVID. Grant funding restrictions in CDC's epidemiology and laboratory capacity grant section was the cause of that. Moving on to our dairy and processing and auditing. In September, 2 additional personnel from the Animal Disease Laboratory passed the Grade A 2020 FDA Raw Milk Proficiency Program, which will support the department with backup and additional resources for our dairy testing. This proficiency program is divided into 2 sections, and staff participated in the second part in February. The ADL supervisor attended a course through the National Milk Drug Data Reporting provided by U.S. Food and Drug Administration's National Drug Milk Monitoring Program. NDA was awarded $22,449 from the Association of Food and Drug Officials through a milk and shellfish grant funding for 2021 to cover training costs for the dairy inspectors and laboratory staff. NDA distributed and graded the 2020 Appendix N proficiency test for all grade A dairy sites, and all sites were successful. All inspection frequency requirements were met for the dairy, meat, and poultry programs. Milk water samples were collected and exceeded the minimum frequency requirements. Inspection staff have conducted 42 food manufacturing processing facility inspections, 5 re-inspections, and 96 dairy farms inspections, which also included 43 re-inspections for 2021. Of the 14 milk pasteurizers in the state, 71 total equipment tests have been conducted for FY21. There were 51 warning and compliance notifications issued, 8 complaints that have been received and investigated through program staff. Meat and program inspectors conducted 24 facilities inspections with 1 new facility which was permitted in this fiscal year. Inspection staff have collected 870 milk samples, 153 water samples, 500 brucellosis samples, and have also evaluated 30 milk plant samplers and 36 bulk hauler sampler weighers for fiscal year 21. Inspection staff conducted 5 farm ratings, 2 plant ratings, and 11 single service ratings, as well as 3 lab evaluations. Dairy Lab participated in the FDA proficiency testing. Auditors conducted retail price surveys and general store check investigations for 1,064 locations in southern and northern marketing areas. Auditing staff also completed 49 investigation remittance and closeout audits for 2021. And there were 43 applications, new applications, registered with Dairy Distribution Program due directly to the field work and investigation work completed by our staff. This increase added an increased revenue of over $21,000 to the program. Dairy Distribution Program currently has 230 licensee accounts. And with that, concludes the majority of mine, other than we do have Dr. Forbes to give a brief update on Nevada Scrapies program. So I don't know if you'd like Dr. Forbes to do that, or if you have questions for me, Mr. Chairman, I can answer those as well.
Before we have that, any board members have questions for Dr. Ferris? Yes, go ahead. For the record statement.
Tim Duffrino, for the record again. I can't hear very good what you're saying there, Doug, I'm sorry, so I think you probably already answered these. On the workshop, will be scheduled, did you say a date for 564 and 565? Or is that to be scheduled? I couldn't hear you.
For the record, Doug Ferris, NEC 564 and 565, we've actually held 2 workshops now. There was one, I know you were in attendance at the first one, Tim, and then we have held a second one. So now we're moving on to the next stage of submitting that language to LCB, and then we'll be moving to schedule a hearing. And we also have, in the next section of my update, we do have the 564 and 565 language, which I think has been provided.
We had 2 workshops. And so after all of the feedback that they've received from all of the workshops, they created the language and are now going to go to hearing to adopt that.
And then it says that they're going to have another workshop, will be rescheduled after review and approval.
Of the, yeah, it's, Doug, are you, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Doug, are you doing a 3rd workshop on that NAG, or is it going to go to hearing after you give it to LCB?
No, for the record, Doug Ferris, it will go to hearing. If it says another workshop in there, that was an error on my part.
It does.
Yeah, we've already held the 2 workshops, and now the next will be the hearing process.
Perfect.
And then I couldn't hear you on the taggers. You got a bunch of taggers and stuff coming up. And what were you gonna do with those, Doug? The EID taggers, readers.
Yeah, for the record, Doug Ferris, we've received some more EID tags, and we do have taggers, and we can loan out, like the hand wands or the taggers, we can loan those out to producers. So if you're interested, or know somebody that is, just have them contact us and we can set that up to deliver those.
Okay, they're not going to the brand inspectors, they're gonna go directly to you're gonna loan them out to the producers.
Yes, for the record, Doug Ferris, taggers go out to either producers or veterinarians.
Okay, and then I just had one comment also in there. I've had a couple people get a hold of me, actually. 3 of them get a hold of me, and they haven't been able to catch the state veterinarian. And I'm assuming, Dr. Mitchell, and I'm assuming that hopefully after we get COVID, or now that COVID's kind of broken loose a little bit, why maybe we can get in touch with her office or something a little easier. But haven't been able to catch up with her, so I just want to make everybody aware of that. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question, Doug. How many brand inspectors do you have? Are you currently now?
For the record, Doug Ferris, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head right now, Mr. Chairman, but I think we're approximately 60 right now.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other board members? All right, we can have the doctor talk now if you want, Doug first. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead, sit right here. Perfect. Good morning. My name is Dr. Keith Ford. I'm a veterinary diagnostician at the Nevada Animal Disease Laboratory. I was asked to give a short update on one of the disease control programs we are involved with within our division, our scrapie disease program. Scrapie is a USDA regulatory disease eradication program that has been in existence since 2002. Scrapie is a prion disease that affects sheep and goats. This disease is in the same family of diseases as mad cow disease and chronic wasting disease in deer, elk, and moose, but is not known to be transmitted to humans. Scrapie causes severe neurological disease in previously mentioned species, which eventually results in the death of the infected animal. It can also produce intense itchiness in the animal, resulting in the animal scraping against objects, thus the name Scrapie. USDA is trying to eradicate this disease in the United States and become Scrapie free. Currently, we have a very low infection rate in this country, and there are only 2 countries in the world that are considered Scrapie free, Australia and New Zealand. Each state in the country is assigned a certain number of tests by USDA that need to be performed yearly on both sheep and goats. For Nevada, we're required to do 200, for this fiscal year, 232 sheep and 30 goats. Most of the samples are performed on post-mortem tissues obtained from either slaughter plant or diagnostic lab samples. The test involves testing part of the brain for this disease, and so that explains why it's a post-mortem sample. States need to reach these testing minimums in order to maintain the Scrapie state, their Scrapie state consistent status. I wanted to take this opportunity to inform the board that Dr. Mitchell, our state veterinarian, and I are now trained to perform live animal testing, known as rectal biopsies in goats and sheep. This option gives us another tool to reach our minimum state testing requirements. Both post-mortem tests and rectal biopsy tests count towards our minimum test requirement, our minimum test sample levels assigned to us by USDA. We currently are working with the Nevada Wool Growers Association, are receiving samples from some of their producers, and really appreciate the support of that support in our testing program. We would also like to reach out to smaller sheep flocks and goat herds to see if we can obtain samples from them. So we wanted to take this opportunity to utilize this meeting as one possible way to do that. One of the issues with our sample taking is that we are restricted to obtaining only 30 samples per flock or herd every 3 years. And since we have a large number of the total breeding sheep in the state owned by a small percentage of the producers, we have to look for more animals to test outside these flocks. If flocks would like to participate in this testing program, please contact me at the Nevada Animal Disease Laboratory. And this concludes my report. Any questions, I guess?
Any questions for the board?
One comment, help Dr. Forbes. You know, anybody that raises sheep for their own consumption or whatever you're doing, you have to dispose of the byproduct, the head and everything else. It only entails to put that head in a bag, either freeze it or keep it from spoiling, and get it to the Department of Ag or to Dr. Forbes. And that head becomes one more person. Like you said, there's only 30 per flock. So if 200 people donated a head around the state that have a sheep that slaughtered their own sheep, his job is taken care of. So
yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Harris. I mean, a lot of states are meeting their levels from slaughter samples that are obtained out of state at slaughter plants, but unfortunately, that's one of our issues here in the state of Nevada. We don't have a large slaughter facility, so we have to rely on other states to do it. With COVID and everything else happening, it's really been the numbers that we receive. So we're really trying to pull everything together as best we can to get as many samples as we can.
Any other questions? Thank you for your
All right,
time,
thank you
Dr.
for your time.
Appreciate it. All right, thanks a lot, Doug. Appreciate it. We're gonna move right to agenda item number. Oh, does he? Oh, you have B, right? Is it sorry. Information only review, proposed language for NAC 564 and 565, correct, and that?
Yes, for the record, Doug Ferris. That's correct, Mr. Chairman. This is, I believe you've been provided copies of, this is the language that the departments come away with after holding the two workshops. And I can kind of skim through the two of them and answer any questions that you may have. Just let me know. On NAC 564, the initial one under section 1 was to the addition of a $35 application fee, which was put in place there for temporary use of brands. This is to cover the administrative staff time for us receiving those applications and processing them or denying the application. Prior, if we received the brand application that was denied under the previous NRS, we actually would collect $120. Staff would put in, a few hours of staff time or up to probably 4 or 5 hours working on one brand. And then if it wasn't approved, we would actually refund the $120. So that's why the $35 was put in place to try and cover those administrative services. It was also changed for temporary use was increased from $30 a period to $50 for temporary brands. And then I'll kind of move down here again, the $35 application fee that applies to either temporary brands or new brands. With the passage of SB 454, that would be the 5-year period for $200, but it would not include, there would not be a $35 application fee on that. The re-renewing or re-recording of a brand would simply be the $200 for a 5-year period. And so that was clarified in the green print is where we clarified that. The only change we have now is this was done prior to the passage of SB 454. So we will need to change the $120 to $200 in section 3 sub A, where it has the 120 for each period. Moving down, we do have where it addresses the non-refundable application fee of $30 and a late fee or a $35, correct? My apologies. And a late fee of $30 for renewals received after the recording period. We also will need to correct subsection C there where it has the $120 to be consistent with SB 454. Again, we have another section with $120 and referencing the application, the $35 application fee. And then we also was an increase for the for a security agreement. The administration of a security agreement was an increase from $35 for each period to $100 for, and that's to account for staff time and having to address each one of those individually. So I don't know if you want me to move on to NAC 565 or if you have questions for 564, Chair.
Any questions on 564? You're good, Doug. Go ahead, NAC 565.
Okay, for the record, Doug Ferris, NAC 565, I think had some small changes. There was some language cleanup in the first section under A. And then we did address the owner of an animal. We did add an event permit is what the language is proposed in there. This is to help with, we do have a lot of people who either show livestock or as far as rodeo stock that are going in and out of the state all the time. We actually, I would say we have less compliance with those brand inspections just because it's a hindrance for them to try and get a brand inspection every time they're going to be transferring those animals or moving them across district lines. So what we tried to do is to, in order to help them, is that they could get an annual permit if they were moving to shows or rodeos and things like that. Skip down here. there was some clarification language or the addition of annual sale in here, which was actually an annual sale of livestock, which was a change during not this legislative session, but the previous. So we had a difference between public livestock auctions and annual sales of livestock auctions, which only occur no more than 2 days in a calendar year. That's for like small bull sales, horse sales, and things like that. We did change one area of language cleanup that instead of somebody notifying a brand inspector, we made it division, hoping that that would actually give people more ability than just trying to contact the brand inspector. And it also keeps our program staff involved, whether they're in the Elko office or around. Number 8, just added the word of visual inspections of animals. So basically cleanup language again. And this was all, the premise for this was based off of our business plan that I know we presented previously and we presented to the industry as well. This is where it accounts for the increase of, for an annual horse permit from $25 to $35, and for a lifetime permit, an increase from $50 to $75. And that also, it also accounts for a $35 travel fee, which was in our business plan proposal. Which would be applied to every inspection unless there were multiple inspections at one location. So the travel to one location is $35 for the producers. Some more clarifying language as far as the livestock movement permits, that they're valid for one year from the date of issuance. And again, the event permit, new language that we included in there to try and help those producers so they didn't have to get numerous individual inspections. Also covers that would have a $35 travel fee and a permit fee for that annual inspection included in there. Again, clarification language as far as from brand inspector to division under section 3, and the inclusion of the $35 inspection fee for each site. Livestock so cattle would remain at the $1 per head. So $1 per head for each livestock inspected, or each head of cattle inspected, plus the $35 site inspection fee. We also had a change in here on I'm looking at page 6, number 4. There was a change from the amount that was collected for a brand inspector's time and mileage actually was changed from $16 to $24 per hour. This was to basically make up for the years that when that was put in place, the costs have increased for our staff time. So we were trying to make that commensurate with what the department is paying out to cover the expenses. Also, then on page 7, it addresses horses. When they're inspected, their fee for a brand inspection would be $5 for each horse from the previous $3, and also includes a $35 travel fee on that. Again, we updated the charge per hour for each brand inspector from $16 to $24 per hour. The addition of annual sale public livestock auction sales. And then we had initially changed for, let's see here. For an inventory inspection, we had originally placed in there $1, and after industry feedback, we did change that back to 40 cents per head with the inclusion of a $35 travel fee for inventory inspections. Moving down to page 8, we had added the section where all fees set forth in this section are due upon completion of the brand inspection by check or credit card. If payment is not made full immediately following the inspection, the department shall bill the responsible party. That was for clarification language. And then we also have a section in here where we added the terminology for a digital upload of the file, so it doesn't have to be a paper file or certificate. And with that, I think that's the conclusion of the revisions on NAC 565, Mr. Chair.
Doug? Board members have any questions? I do real quick, Doug. As far as the brand inspectors, are they still working under the auspice of the state, or what was, can you give me clarification on who do they fall under?
Yes, for the record, Doug Ferris, brand inspectors currently are still contracted employees through Manpower. That was part of the amendment that the director spoke about. And when we go back to the interim finance committee in October is when we hope to be able to show the changes in Senate Bill 454. And if we've progressed on NEC 564 and 565, which would actually fund the changes to bring all the brand inspectors back as state employees.
Any other questions for Mr. Ferris? All right. We can now move to agenda number 9, consumer equitability.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
Members of the board, for the record, Cadence Matievich, Administrator for the Division of Consumer Equitability. Pleasure to see all of you in person and those of you by video. You have my report. In the interest of time, I'm going to just try to hit the high points, not read through all of the data that's there. Certainly happy to answer any questions on anything that I don't cover specifically. I will note that we began our annual livestock scale inspections this morning. So our teams were out rolling in the fields this morning. We are hopeful that we will avoid significant weather delays or equipment failures, staffing challenges. I will say staffing is a bit challenging for us. Similar to industry, labor shortages are affecting us as well. For the second summer in a row, we've been unsuccessful in having interest in our seasonal position to assist the Sparks inspection team. So we will be bringing inspectors up from the Las Vegas Weights and Measures team to assist us with that this summer. It's just an unfortunate reality. We had one applicant that we were scheduled to interview last week and they no-showed. So I think you all kind of feel the pain, but that's our reality. So we're out in the field and hopeful for a good season. And as always, if there's anything that members of the board or members of the public need from us with respect to that program, please don't hesitate to reach out. As Director Ott mentioned in her report on the legislative session, there are 3 bills that the regulations fall under the authority of the State Sealer of Consumer Equitability, which the Director serves as the ex officio State Sealer. And so we will be initiating the rulemaking process for those this summer. Those are outlined in your report, Assembly Bill 75. We'll be making some cleanup updates there. To update current information on how to obtain a copy of NIST Handbook 105. Senate Bill 400, which I would note at the time I wrote this report, it was pending the governor's signature. It has since been signed to establish that schedule of civil penalties for violation of the Nevada Petroleum Inspections Act. As Director Ott said, we've changed a first violation of that to no longer be a misdemeanor. You can get a warning and a civil penalty if it's an intentional violation. So we'll be looking to implement that penalty schedule. And then Senate Bill 404, which is still pending signature by the governor to amend Chapter 581 to put fee schedules into place for cannabis weighing and measuring equipment. So really what this bill changes is that any weighing and measuring equipment used in a cannabis establishment, irrespective of whether it's being used for a commercial purpose or not, will be subject to our license and inspection requirements. There was a great deal of interest from the Cannabis Compliance Board and other regulatory agencies to be sure that those devices are accurate. Normally, we're concerned for our interests in equity between buyer and seller, but there may be places within that industry where there's not a sale being conducted, but still the accuracy of those weighing and measuring equipment is important in the process. So that's what that bill accomplished. So we'll be putting those together. Again, this is the initiation of the process. We'll be following the Administrative Procedures Act, similar to the department's practice. We must first go out and develop that small business impact statement. We use surveys and other tools to develop that small business impact statement that is required prior to the department going out to workshop on those by the Administrative Procedures Act. And so I know sometimes it's a little bit confusing that we're sending out surveys about things that we haven't yet been able to have workshops on, and it's really a function of how those Procedures Act works, and we'll follow that and look to have supplemental opportunity for industry input as well. We have our program updates. As I said, I won't go through each of those numbers. If there's anything specific you're interested in, I'd be glad to cover that. And then at the last item on the agenda, or on my report, excuse me, we have an item before the Interim Finance Committee at their next meeting, June 22nd, seeking Coronavirus Relief Act relief fund monies to pay for some overtime for our weights and measures inspectors to try to address the backlog in device inspections that resulted directly from COVID. We had throughout the course of the pandemic certain times when either due to distancing requirements or where the presence of our inspector might have caused a business to exceed their capacity, where we were not conducting indoor inspections in certain cases, or where a business perhaps had been closed for a period of time. So we'll be looking for that approval on some overtime for our inspectors to try to address that backlog. It will be a voluntary overtime program, so actual accomplishment of addressing that backlog will depend upon how many inspectors elect to take part in that. A little bit challenging of timing overlap with the livestock inspection season, but we'll do our best to begin to address that. Mr. Chairman, I would welcome any question.
Do you have any questions? Back out on the road, huh?
Yes, indeed.
Awesome. Any questions? Angus, any questions for Kaden?
Good.
Mr. Chairman, item 9B, Dr. Strajewski, I'm going to hand it over to him. I'll be sitting in the wings there to assist. Look forward to your input on this.
Awesome. Great. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Director Ott. For the record, my name is Bill Strajewski, and I'm with the Division of Consumer Equitability. And I come before you today with two items for possible action. Both of these arise from the recently concluded legislative session. Director Ott addressed them briefly in her legislative report. I'd like to be a bit more thorough here. First, I'd like to address Assembly Bill 31, which was submitted by the Department of Agriculture, and it was essentially a cleanup bill and also an update of NRS Chapter 590. As we introduced it, the bill set out to address the following: grant authority to this board to adopt specifications for diesel exhaust fluid, or DEF, or DEF, and petroleum home heating products, except for LPG and natural gas. What we found in the last few years is that, with newer diesel engines and technologies, there's a lot of DEF in the marketplace. And, compliant DEF is important to the accurate, and successful emissions control in diesel engines. However, DEF itself is not a petroleum product, and as such, we didn't have authority to sample or test it. So this is just adding that to authority. So along with that, references throughout NRS Chapter 590, including definitions of type of water has to be in there, and uric acid, et cetera. As Director Ott also mentioned, one of the cleanup measures was to transfer authority for establishing specifications for aviation fuels from the state sealer to the board. Set forth that the board shall enforce the specifications it establishes for DEF aviation fuels and petroleum heating products, and grants authority to adopt regulations imposing fines for violations of these products. Strengthen the NDA's authority to take actions when regulated products are found to be out of compliance with Nevada state law, including requiring documentation on the final disposition of the product. And a simple cleanup, updating the name of a reference standard within NRS 590. Additionally, the bill adds references to DEF to various sections in NRS Chapter 561, including the section related to laboratory fees collected for analysis and testing and expenditures for carrying out the provisions. Following introduction of the bill, the NDA submitted an amendment strengthening the ability of the state sealer, their appointees, or the Nevada Highway Patrol to access a business property to take necessary enforcement action for out of compliance products, and to expand existing provisions of the law that attempt to prevent those different groups from taking samples of fuel or to prevent them from performing any of their duties that are set forth in NRS 590.100. The Assembly Bill 31 with the amendment passed unanimously through both houses and was signed by Governor Sisolak on May 21st of this year. For adopting regulations and performing other preparatory administrative tasks to carry out the provisions, those are already enacted. For all other purposes, the bill becomes effective on July 1st of this year. So at this time, I'd like to request approval from the board to begin the regulation rulemaking process to promulgate regulations in NAC Chapter 590 to add provisions requiring adoption of specifications for DEF, petroleum heating products, aviation fuel, and to add the requirements for proof of transfer of petroleum products and motor vehicle fuel. The timeline would be as follows. We will return to this board at the September 8th, 2021 meeting with draft language for approval for submission to the LCB for review. We would then proceed through the other rulemaking steps as required, including preparation of the small business impact statement, conducting one or more workshops prior to holding a hearing for adoption. Our intent is to complete the process in time for the board to hold a hearing for adoption of the regulations at the March 2022 meeting, with submission immediately thereafter to the Legislative Commission for approval. I would be happy to answer any questions that the board has.
I have one question. This is Charlie Frey for the record. There's a equipment dealer in Lovelock that purchases a lot of farm equipment. And I went down to California with him during an auction. And there were several pieces of equipment. Most all of them are owned by government in California. And there was a big sticker on the label that says this is not in compliance with the standards in California. So he was allowed to buy some of those pieces of equipment. I guess my question to you is, and he did buy them and then resell them. And my question to you is, how stringent or what are your standards going to be on debt to that you're proposing for this? Because I'm wondering if we're going to be faced with the same type of problem in Nevada that California has.
For the record, Bill Strzeski, Mr. Frey. I know that California regulates DEF. I don't specifically know the stringency of their regulations. I see this, at least in terms of Nevada, as being fairly straightforward. DEF needs to be 37.5% uric acid solution. And so, our intent is to make sure that it's not 30 or 80. But, just a pretty simple compliance component.
I was, excuse me, Charlie Frey for the record, but I guess my main concern is for the farmers who may have purchased some of this equipment. Some of the equipment was fairly new. I mean, 3 or 4 years old and very good quality. And it was brought here and resold. And then the farmers took it out and started using the trucks and the equipment and everything for their farming operation. Is it gonna cover or maybe exempt them? Most of them don't have them on the roads all the time, except if they're harvesting crops and moving large amounts of corn or hay or whatever from one property to the other. So.
For the record, Bill Strajewski to Mr. Frey. Maybe I misunderstood you the first time. Again, like the rest of our programs, this is going to be sampling and analyzing DEF that's available at retail facilities, and not the vehicles or equipment. So it's just.
So it doesn't mean that these farmers would have to put that kind of equipment on that truck?
No, sir.
Okay.
It's just
I understand.
A semi pulling up to pilot is going to get or just a random example.
Okay.
And you get compliant material. Yes.
Thank
you.
Awesome, thank you, Bill, appreciate that. Yes, go ahead.
For the record, Valerie Drake. On this part where you say the Nevada Highway Patrol, I know currently they can stop a vehicle on the road and check their diesel. Is this the same where they can check the DEF tank also? Is that what this is concerned?
For the record, Bill Strajewski to Ms. Drake. Well, this is not specifically meant for DEF. It's meant actually for any of the sampling that we do. Rarely, but occasionally, if we run across some non-compliant fuel or material, the owners of the facility may be a little less than fully forthcoming with allowing our inspectors, et cetera, onto the property. And so this just addresses that a little bit more muscularly.
Okay.
Any other questions? We got to make a motion here to approve and to initiate an administrative rulemaking process amended via Nevada Administration Code, Chapter 590.
Valerie Drake and make a motion.
Awesome. We have a
I'll second.
We got a first and a second. You get that, Sam? That was Mr. Frey. So we have a first and a second. All in favor to approve initiate administrative rulemaking process amended Nevada Administration Code Chapter 590. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. It's so moved.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, board.
We'll let you get busy.
My second item is also addressing a bill from the concluded legislative session, Assembly Bill 411. And before I get into the description, I'd like to just mention that note that there are stakeholders for this bill present both in the room and online. So Assembly Bill 411 was sponsored by the Assembly Committee on Growth and Industry, and the bill requires that regulations adopted by the State Board of Agriculture must allow for the sale of motor vehicle fuel containing not more than 15% ethanol by volume. As introduced, the effective date of the bill was January 1st of next year. And after concerns were raised by various stakeholders about the ability to complete the rulemaking process in that time frame, Amendment 378 was adopted, revising the effective date of the bill to July 1st of 2022. The bill was passed by both houses of the legislature, and it is still awaiting Governor Sisolak's signature as of this morning. It was delivered to him on June 2nd. Unless the legislature's website has not been updated. While the language of Assembly Bill 411 references motor vehicle fuel in general, testimony on the bill centered around the maximum allowable amount of ethanol by volume, which is currently established in NAC 590.065 at not more than 10%. Gasoline containing more than 10%, but not more than 15%, is commonly referred to as E15. For a little background, the US EPA defines E15 as gasoline blended with between 10.5 and 15% ethanol. EPA approved E15 for use in light-duty conventional vehicles of model year 2001 and newer in the year 2011. And these vehicles included cars, light-duty trucks, medium-duty passenger vehicles, and all flex fuel vehicles. And flex fuel vehicles are what you commonly think of as using E85, which is 85% ethanol and 15% gasoline. This approval was granted through a Clean Air Act waiver request based on significant testing and research funded by the U.S. Department of Energy. Gasoline containing not more than 10% volume remains the limit for passenger vehicles older than model year 2001. And for non-road and small engines and vehicles that use gasolines, examples being boats, motorcycles, lawnmowers, snow blowers, chainsaws, etc. To comply with the provisions of Assembly Bill 411, we are requesting approval from the board to begin the administrative rulemaking process to amend NAC Chapter 590 to allow for the use of E15 in Nevada, to include labeling regulations intended to prevent the misfueling and to ensure compatibility of the dispensing equipment. Again, our timeline is similar to that I addressed in the previous item. Draft language will be presented to this board at the September 2021 meeting for approval for submission to LCB for review. We will then proceed through the other rulemaking steps as required, including the small business impact statement, and conducting at least one workshop prior to holding a hearing for adoption. We anticipate that there will be significant participation from industry during this process, and our intent is to complete this process in time for the Board of Agriculture to hold a hearing for adoption at the June 2022 meeting of the Board of Agriculture, and immediate submission thereafter to the Legislative Commission for approval. With that, I would be happy to take questions. That's it.
Comment.
Go ahead.
For the record, Valerie Drake. It looks like this is all but passed. I do have concerns. I just would like the board to know. Last time when we went to 10%, all the equipment, tanks and stuff were pretty compatible for this. The 15% is a different issue. You have to change hoses, nozzles. Sometimes the tanks won't even handle 15%. A lot of companies, unless you're a really big company, you're not going to even have the tank capacity because you've already got tanks with other, gasoline or diesel. And there's also the worrying about people mixing up fuels at the pumps, which can cause issues, especially with small engine stuff. There was a lot of that with the 10% until people learned otherwise. As far as my concern too, is when the 10% came in, you had the ability to get non-ethanol or ethanol to sell until they finally pushed that out where you couldn't get the non-ethanol unless it was special places, Oregon, Utah. And I'm afraid that that might get pushed again into the 15%, which will cause a lot of money issues for distributors, gas stations, cost and stuff like that. So when we do sit down for regulations and stuff like that, I think we really need to step forward and make sure it's fair for everybody.
If I may.
Sure.
For the record, Bill Skajewski, appreciate your comments. They're certainly well placed. One of the stakeholders that I expect to be very involved will be the Division of Environmental Protection, who actually handles underground storage tank inspections, et cetera. They're very interested in this as well. And I just, for clarity's sake, this will not, E15 will not supersede, 10% ethanol. That will still continue to be available, throughout the state. So understood your concerns, and that will be part of, I'm sure, the robust rulemaking process.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Bill. Any other questions? This is a motion or action item. We need to make a motion to initiate the administrative rulemaking process again on code chapter number 5.
I'll make the motion.
Thanks, Mr. Fred. That's a motion. Is there a second?
Valerie Drake, I'll make it a second.
Did you get that, Sam? Thank you. So it's so moved that the board approves to initiate the administrative rulemaking process of the Amana Nevada Administration Code 590. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. It's so moved. Thanks, Bill, for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. It was great to see all of you in person.
Yeah, I know, right? In person, live. Ian, do you have anything else or is that it? Perfect.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll be busy the next couple.
Indeed. Busy Saturday.
Couple stickers to put up there. Yes, and more. We're gonna move to agenda number 10, food and nutrition. Alma, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. I apologize for my voice. I've been trying to clear my throat all morning. It's not working. I start with the division overview for the community nutrition and school nutrition. On April 20th, the USDA released another 13 nationwide waivers to provide flexibility to school food authorities and our operator, as well as extending outside monitoring for the state agencies and sponsors, and we elected all 13 of them. Also, USDA provided us with the fund, will provide us, I should say, with the fund, we call it emergency operational cost reimbursement. This new fund is to help provide relief to those operators of a school nutrition program, such as National School Lunch Program, school breakfast, and child and adult care food program that lost revenue during the early stages of pandemic due to the school closure or facility closure. So the fund will and the fund that they lost during March to June 2020. We will receive 1.5 million for child and adult care program, and I neglected to put for school nutrition. We also get $12 million for school nutrition. We have submitted the program. We haven't got the approval yet, and 1% is would be for the administrative expenses for the state. Also, USDA contracted with Mathematica to complete a school meal operations survey, and this survey is to gather information from our operators that are implemented our waivers to get information of how many participated in waivers, what was the impact, and how they use this waiver in the community. And we submitted the survey on May 14th. Partner activities that we are collaborating with the Department of Health and Human Service Division of Public and Behavioral Health and Children Cabinet. This is an ongoing collaboration that I usually put here, and this is to bring more child care centers under the umbrella of our child and care food programs and promote our programs, and we are doing it through social media, fact sheets, and also some of the video. The community nutrition staff are developing tribal cookbooks. And this is funded through our summer food service programs and intended to preserve the native food and cooking process and incorporate them into our child nutrition program. We have been collaborating with our food distribution team that they have done this before for food distribution on Indian reservation, and also Nevada Indian Commission, the UNR Tribal Advisory, and the recipe submission was due on May 30th. Department of Health and Human Service and the Division of Welfare and Support Services, they submitted their plan for pandemic electronic benefit transfer and was approved, and we collaborated with them and the Department of Education to help them for writing and submitting this plan, and projecting to issue the benefits in September. Program updates, the Community Nutrition, the Western Region Office asked us to observe activities and compliance that the Community Nutrition Program was conducting, and they wanted to provide us with the best practices and also review areas needing regulatory changes. They observed the activities and they commended our staff for conducting effective reviews, and also it was a good opportunity for our operators to ask questions and give feedback to our Western Region Office regarding the challenges they face as a result of pandemic. And I listed the schools that the community schools that we reviewed. For child and adult care food program, we are, now that the schools are open, we are resuming at-risk, after-school at-risk that was stopped during the pandemic. And by the end of the May, our staff have completed 13 virtual child and adult care facility food program reviews. And for this, I'm pleased to say that we use our newly system, food nutrition system module that we purchased last year, and we went paperless for gathering information and submission of the applications. Summer food service program, and we submitted our management administrative funds plan, and it was approved, and we received significantly more funds this year, and $500,000 as opposed to $76,000 in the past, and that's due to year-round utilization of summer food programs. And so far we have completed 8 administrative reviews. And for community nutrition programs, to date we have distributed over 2 million meals through child and adult care food program, and 24 million through summer food service program. This is again due to year-round usage of summer food as opposed to 400,000 meals in the past. Food distribution program, the emergency food assistance program continues to provide food for needy families through our food bank of Northern Nevada and Tree Square, and the need and the demand has increased during the pandemic time, and even though it has gone down a little bit, but it is still beyond the pre-pandemic. And I have listed the amount of food that and individuals that have been served, but in statewide we have from July 1 through March 31st, 2021, we have distributed 17.3 million pounds of food through this program. We also have, as you know, Seniors Farmers Market program that we oversee, and we began distributing coupons. We printed for the Southern Nevada at this point, and we printed 2,400 coupons worth of 108,000 purchasing power for seniors to be able to purchase fresh fruit and vegetables as well as honey from our certified farmers. Our school nutrition program started the administrative review and procurement review for year 2021, and they have completed 20 out of 21 administrative reviews through virtual technology in place of on-site observation. We also USDA released other grants such as fresh fruit and vegetables that provides fresh fruit and vegetables to school-age children, and also our equipment grant that provides reimbursement for buying equipment for food services. And we have awarded for this equipment grant 15 school food authorities a total of $303,000, and we are getting for the August through August 22. And we have approved for the National School Lunch Program and other school nutrition programs 62 applications that I listed the numbers. And number of meals served for lunches is 900, for breakfast is 616. And you see there is a decline in the number of lunches, and that's where the loss is, where we gain them in the summer food, because summer food is taking over the school lunch program. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer all the questions.
Does the board have any questions? I just have a comment. My gosh, that's unbelievable. I mean, that is pretty impressive. What you guys do and summer program and all that stuff. That's definitely making an impact in the state for sure. Thank you for what you guys do. Any other questions? No? Comments? Thank you so much. Next, we're going to go to agenda item number 11. Ashley. Who's gonna pause it? You've been busy too. I know, right? Someone has to do it.
I'll echo what everybody else has said. It's actually nice to see people and even some of my colleagues for the first time in a while. So it's nice. Well, at least not through video, right? Okay, so same here, I'll try to just cover some of the high points. There's been, as mentioned, a lot of changes and work that's been ongoing. So before I jump in, I wanted to answer your question, Ms. Lackey. So pertaining to the changes to NRS 555, there was the mention of nursery and there being an exemption if it is an out-of-state. That's specifically pertained to if somebody's doing, we included online sales, because before it was just mentioned if they're doing catalog. So it's just a means of where ongoing sales are taking place, but they're already inspected at their place of origin in another state. So being that our means of sales have adapted, we wanted to make sure that was reflective as well. It's not typically catalogs that people are just relying on, they're also doing online. So that was the only intent there. If you have any other questions, I'm happy.
I was just concerned, I'm sorry, Heather Lackey for the record. I was just concerned because it kind of sounded like we were going to be allowing out-of-state, we'll say nurseries, to send in plant products without a state business license. And it seemed to me that that would not be protecting our Nevada state growers. And it came across as wrong to me. So that's why I wanted some clarification on that we're protecting our state.
Sure.
First.
I apologize, I didn't mention for the record, Ashley Jepson, the plant industry administrator. So yeah, that's a very valid point. The intent here is most of our nursery stock is being sourced outside of the state. People are buying these, so it's making sure that they are following we're worried about plant health significantly. So we're trying not to duplicate efforts, being that they're inspected in another state. And allowing it to come in, but there are plant health inspections that are required for products that come in. We do those inspections, and typically they are still, those companies have to have a business license from their location, but wouldn't necessarily in Nevada. Online sales are tricky. They're tricky.
Thank you.
I think of anything else to explain on that. I will jump into my board report here. So a lot of big changes, as Director Ott mentioned, pertaining to our pesticide program this last legislative session. Most of it was getting our statute up to par with new federal requirements, and that really was specific to restricted use pesticides. Those ones are the ones of particular concern to EPA and to public health. Of course, all of them do, but these ones are monitored closely. Previously, there were exemptions for folks that are private or non-private, and those, and that's the terminology we're using now, and that pertains to ranchers and folks doing government work. So we had to get our language up to standard with the federal requirements while also trying to make sure it fit the state needs, which has been an ongoing challenge. The federal language is quite a bit different. So I just wanted to give you guys an update. We will be updating our NAC because that's going to create some changes with some of our categories and our testing standards. So a lot of these changes really had boiled down to the competency standards that are required by EPA. So meaning that those that are licensed are trained on how to do it, trained when to do it, and maintaining those records for, of course, public safety. It's a big concern. So later in my board report, I will mention a lot of the efforts that we'll have ongoing as we go through regulation adoption, and there's some in-person courses and virtual courses that we can do in lieu of some of our private folks, so like ranchers having to come in and take an exam. So we'll be definitely hitting the ground running to try to make it easier for folks to be able to move forward. So with that, you will see in the coming months, we'll host some workshops to update our NAC to reflect these two bills that just went through. And again, it really boils down to trying to clean up some of the language, trying to clean up the licensing and certification language, and making sure that we're meeting those federal requirements so we can be doing this on a state level. As has been mentioned, we'll be sure members of the board, everybody will receive notice of those workshops. I suspect there will be multiple because pertaining to NAC 555, which indeed it's a lot. There's a lot of moving pieces in that, so you'll see that coming forward. With that, we'll also, this has been ongoing, but we're trying to ensure that we're recovering our costs for our plant diagnostics in terms of insects and pathogens. We do receive a high volume of samples. So really what we're trying to recover is the time for staff cleaning the samples and doing the reporting. So we'll be hosting workshop to talk more about that with our industry and see what that looks like. We're really trying to keep it at a means that will just recover those costs. Of course, our plant pathologist and our entomologists are covered through general fund, so their services are covered at this point in time, but there are quite a few that aren't, and it's been a challenge on top of some of our equipment fees. But we'll go into that as we go into workshop. So the next one, NAC 587. So we will be going to workshop. We're hoping in July. We're still going through that small business impact phase. But this really has to do with our inspection authority for our export, our seed program. So we will be doing some fee changes because those programs have been running fairly heavily in the red for some time now. Our demand has increased and our serviceability is not meeting what we're getting requests for from industry. So again, we'll be going through a workshop on those and working with our industry. One piece of that as well, there are a number of states that require seed retailer and wholesaler registration. In fact, most do. This allows the state to actually verify that the seed being sold on a wholesale and retail basis is viable, and that it's not a means of transporting noxious weeds. So we will be going to workshop to try to adopt a registration process so we can do some checks. We're hoping that we can coincide some of our inspections with our nursery program, so it can be fairly minimal on that account, but there's definitely a lot of holes and we want to prevent poor quality seed from being dumped into Nevada is kind of the goal there. NAC 557, we have a workshop scheduled on June 23rd. We've had 3 previous workshops on this program, and we adopted a temporary regulation due to not being able to get it on deadline by the legislative commission deadline for December because it was a legislative year.
So really, this is just getting that temporary adoption to full regulation adoption. We need to get it in front of the Legislative Commission, but there were a couple changes. We want to hold a workshop and just get some final comment and feedback on that. But I think it will be the changes that have been made. A couple of them have to do with some of the final rules that were published by USDA involving remediation and key participants. So I think it will be positively received, but we'll see through the workshop process. Our goal, just FYI there, is we're hopeful that we can actually get it before the Legislative Commission by August. So we'll be moving quickly. Okay, one big thing, Mormon crickets are quite a popular topic these times. It's a bad year. It's a really, really bad year. So I will preface it with, we just did some treatment last week. We treated about 12,500 acres in the Winnemucca-Golconda area, which actually means that it usually has an impact of about 25,000 acres. So there were some delays there because of the environmental impact statement, but we've had our crews out and we'll be continuing to ground bait, but they're at adult phase and that's a lot more challenging. So yeah, nasty buggers. But with that, I wanted to start with some positive news. We've had, we received funds in conjunction with Idaho and Utah in 2004, just shy of $7 million. And those funds, we estimate we have about 2 years remaining, but it's been made quite clear that from USDA, we will not be getting more funds, nor will Idaho or Utah. So being that this is a particular urgency, that the clock is certainly ticking, we are reaching out to other counties and agencies to see what we can come up with for some solutions. And really, just for context, the funding has supported us to do the survey work to go out and do treatment and on a multi-jurisdictional level. So hoping we can get some traction on that, but coming quickly. Don't worry, I know I've been talking a lot on this first page, but bulk of it was on the first page. So moving on to page 2, I wanted to just mention, we've had some ongoing conversations with Nevada Department of Transportation and Bureau of Land Management. One of the things we're really trying to do in working with these federal partners is find out some of our early detection and rapid response for our noxious weeds locations. So we work with multi-agency and even private citizens report where they're finding noxious weeds. So we've been working with them to make sure that the data we have is current. Those populations have been confirmed and are there, because what we want to do is come together, come up with some multi-jurisdictional projects for these really critical species. So by that, I mean our Class A. So those that haven't taken over yet, we want to get on top of them before they do. So we've really been trying to get these conversations going forward. We do have about $100,000 of weed treatment funds that are available. And if we can work with some of these other agencies and have a big impact project, we're hoping to hit the ground running. So those conversations are ongoing. Jumping to page 3 here, going a little bit more in depth on our pesticide compliance program. So as mentioned, we're going to be going through workshop because of the 2 bills that just passed. And I just want to emphasize, being that there's stricter standards now for folks that are applying those RUPs, including somebody that's doing it on their own property or adjacent property, we do have the ability to just go out and do trainings with these folks on these new competency standards, and then they don't have to come in and retest. So we'll be scheduling, as we get our NAC refined to make sure we've got all of our categories squared away, we'll be scheduling a number of trainings, and you should be seeing this pushed out quite a bit to try to make it as easy for folks as possible. So with that, we're going to be reviewing our exams, because one of the big things that we changed in this last, or tried to refine in this last session, is we want to make sure our exams reflect whether somebody's doing restricted use pesticides or whether somebody's just doing general use. For those doing general use on a commercial basis, they do have to test, but we want to make sure that that test isn't to that level for RUP. So we're trying to make sure it's appropriate for what they're doing. So you'll be seeing a lot of notices on our education efforts and testing moving forward. And part of that challenge has been similar to our hemp program, actually, We do have to have a state plan approved by EPA, so that's a work in progress and need to make sure all those categories are in line. So give us some time to catch up. And one thing I actually meant to mention, I think we're about to jump into it. We're on the bottom of page 4. I wanted to give you an update on our HEC program. As you see from the report, we did see pretty drastic decline in numbers, and we're seeing that across the country. The value of hemp biomass dropped pretty substantially over the last couple of years, and we're seeing it ripple down in our numbers. So this year we only have 40 certified. Last year we had about 116, and the year before about 215, 16. Sorry, now I'm jumping numbers a little bit. So it's a bit of a fluid program, but the good news is one of the requirements for a state to have a program is we have to have an approved state plan with USDA, and we just got there. It was a lot of work to get there. Regulation adoptions, waiting for federal laws to come out, but we're approved, we're in good shape, and as we get those final regulations adopted, we'll be in even better shape. So it's exciting, it's great to see, and Nevada will continue to be supporting our hemp industry. So, sorry, I did miss one thing I wanted to highlight. So our market inspection program, that pertains to if somebody orders a shipment of a certain grade and quality product, making sure that that is the actual product being shipped or received. So we're trying to expand our services in that, but a lot of that, it's a very expensive service to be certified in, performing the inspections. But we did recently get some traction involving interest for potato shipping point inspections. So we've since been trained, and we're going to continue to work towards hopefully getting certification so that we can offer this service and expand on that. I think a number of you probably received our terminal market survey. So same thing, being that it's such a costly program to get inspectors certified in, we're trying to figure out what the specific products are that are of interest, so that we can be efficient with the funding that we're using to send people to training and making sure it's actually meeting the mark on Nevada needs. Okay. All right, sorry, jumping back to page 5. So for our producer certificate and food safety program, something a little different we've been trying to do to adapt with COVID is our monthly lunch and learn sessions. This is very new, and we'll see how it continues to go, but it's been a means of virtually connecting with producers where they give a quick food safety overview on something that's particularly relevant of that month, but also it's just a time to ask the department questions. So one of the things we're going to try to do is have guest program speakers from each of our programs, whether it's our pesticide compliance program or whatever it may be. So folks that are participating have a better idea of what we do, and they've got somebody right then and there available to answer questions. So we'll see how this progresses, but growers are particularly busy right now. So if they can have lunch and ask some questions over a 30-minute period, we're hopeful it might go somewhere. So far, we've actually had pretty good participation. I think we had 8 people the first go around and about 10 the second, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it was a lot more than I expected. So traction. Okay. That's all I got. That concludes my update, but I'm happy to answer any questions because I know there was a lot in this board report. So I just wanted to.
Does the board have any questions? Oh, go ahead.
Yep, Tim Duffrina. I'm curious about your weed program there with NDOT and BLM and all that. How you guys are working together? Is that where you get president? How you spraying or taking care of the weeds?
So for the record, Ashley Jepson. So one really great connection that we've had with NDOT actually is they put forward funds for us to hire a position that actually reviews their road plans. So if they're doing any type of work along the roadways, we have a person in-house that's reviewing those for weed and noxious weeds mitigation strategies. So mitigation is such a huge role. So having a body in-house that's connecting the 2 agencies has been particularly beneficial. And then they can also help coordinate some of the crews as well. In terms of, BLM and so forth, they're all doing their individual treatment, but for what we're trying to do is come together and find out where some of the critical infestations are, what the impacts are, and some of those infestations that aren't necessarily taken over, those species that haven't taken over Nevada yet. We're trying to highlight projects that we can come up with, do contracts for some sprays, and make some impact. So, yeah.
Is there a way that the individual can get involved with NDA and BLM and say, all right, here's this area, go look at it, and then, you know, be involved with possibly spray it or because of getting the approval to do all that is pretty hard to do. And I don't know if you guys can do that or help with that, or where that would be.
So for the record, Ashley Jepson, if you've got infestations on your property, we absolutely want to know about it. So you're always welcome to contact us. We do do some mapping tutorials, or you can just tell us where it is and we'll go out and confirm. You know, if it's a particular concern, we can definitely work with you on options. We do work with our county weed management groups. They get funds every year that are bypassed through the Department of Ag, and they are flagging treatment areas. So that's something, the more you can contact us and reach out to us, we can let you know what some of the specific options are depending on where you are and what some of the resources are.
I guess what I was trying to get at is on federal ground, not necessarily on private ground. Because that's kind of in between, and you guys seem to have worked with those.
That's what we're trying to do. Yep, that's what we're absolutely trying to do. It's, yeah, multi-jurisdictional. Yeah.
Thank you.
One question, Pete Paris for the record. How do you have any influence on like making NDOT take care of weed problems if they have huge infestations alongside of a road that we've called several times and they, well, they'll look into it, basically.
Well, for the record, Ashley Jepson, we regulate the noxious weeds parts, which is probably what you're specifically referencing. So, I mean, you can certainly contact us and we can continue to have that conversation or look at what some of the options are. Our program specialists, they know some of the projects that are ongoing or what some of the weed management groups are that are in the area or what some of the resources are. So if you want to reach out to us with those specific locations, I'd be happy to have a conversation.
Because we have highway right-of-ways where we do everything we can to take care of our own problems. And we take care of their problem where the highway right-of-way goes through our property. But we can't patrol the whole area. And then the cars drive up and down the road, especially those Scotch thistles, our biggest concern. They pick up that weed and then it blows off for the next 25 miles down the road. It's a never-ending battle for us. We contact NDOT and they, oh yeah, we'll look into it and we have this, we have that, but they're still right now growing about that tall.
For the record, Ashley Jepson, yeah, please reach out to us with those locations too, and we can look at what some of the options are.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Actually, I have a couple. For your lunch meet and greets, I don't really know the title of it. Can you access that afterwards? You know, do you record that or?
You know, I'll have to check. Sorry, for the record, Ashley Jepson, I don't know if they've been recording them, but I think it would be wonderful to. I just want to make sure that the producers are comfortable with that, because if it's a deterrent, then, so I'll find out if they have been recorded and we'll look at that. But I know one of the things we're trying to do is get our communications team there too, so we're kind of seeing some of those either common questions or questions we didn't really know industry had, and that we might be able to do a better job in outreaching or assisting on. But I'll find out and email you.
Awesome. One last one, Ashley. Good to go. As far as restricted use certification and the applicator's license, have you guys set up a remote option for, or, you know, to take the testing, or do they have to still come in and do that?
At this point in time, oh, sorry, for the record, Ashley Jepson, at this point in time, we have not, but we are working on it diligently, because it's certainly a need. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. That answers my question. Does the board have anything else? All right, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Ashley. Good work. Right, we're on to agenda number 12. Everybody hanging in. We got a lot of, just some housekeeping items that we need to address for possible action. So go ahead, Jen.
Thank you, Jennifer Ott, for the record. First, I'm going to quickly review the board update for the administration division. I just wanted to go over quick highlights, and if there's any questions on anything I might have missed, please feel free to let me know. So I think we've discussed Mormon crickets enough as far as public announcements, but I also just wanted to let the board realize that when we have those kinds of issues, whether they're local to Nevada or regional to North America even, we do have quite a bit of outreach or response that we have to perform. Cicadas, although we do not have cicadas, we still get questions about cicadas, and so we have to do some work on that. Same thing with the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack. There was a lot of concern about how that would affect Nevada, so we have to respond to those inquiries as well. Skipping down to some of the publications that have been released by the department over the last quarter. The brand book, show and tell here. Got the brand book is out, it's available for sale. That's been available for a few months now, but I wanted you all to see the copy. The other item I wanted you to look at, we don't have copies for you, but this is the Agriculture Quarantine Enforcement Guide. This is a project that has been 4 years in the making, and we have finally finished. This is a handbook for our officers who stop trucks either at our state's borders or throughout Nevada. And this is all of the quarantines that we uphold throughout our state. And so this is a guide that our enforcement officers can know where items in a truck shipment are coming from or going to by the invoices. And they can inspect the truck, see the diseases, see the pests, and know what to do this. So this allows our enforcement officers to really work on Nevada's roadways to uphold all of the quarantines, whether they're federal quarantines or state quarantines. So we are really excited about this, that it is actually completed at this point. So the other item I wanted to highlight is that our trade program is putting together quarterly trade reports for distribution. And so you can grab those either off social media or off of our webpage. And we do have the first quarter for calendar year 2021 about to be released or has been released in the last couple of days. And I just wanted to highlight that Nevada agricultural exports have reached an all-time record high of $99.9 million coming out of the state of Nevada. So those trade reports, look out for them because they contain really great information and really highlight the work that our team is doing here to promote Nevada ag products. The last item here on page 1, I just want to highlight our promotions team has started to work on the Women's Farm to Food Accelerator Training Program. This is a training program that originated in Oregon with great success to assist women farmers that wanted to develop, take an agricultural product and develop it into a finished product. And so we partnered with the National Association of State Departments of Agriculture Foundation and the Union Kitchen to bring this program to Nevada. So over the next couple of years, you'll start to see a lot of work in this accelerator program for women. And on the next page, just to give you a quick update, originally we were going to have our trade coordinator here but he was unable to be here. He's actually on the road doing his job. So, just some quick items from our trade and economic development team. They led a virtual trade mission for South Korea for consumer-oriented products on March 31st. And 4 Nevada companies participated in that with 41 one-to-one meetings with South Korean buyers. So, being able to meet with 41 potential buyers in another country really is, I think, one of the reasons why you're seeing our exports go up so much. We also led a virtual Canadian trade mission for specialty beverages. Excuse me, it's getting to you. 3 new Nevada companies participated, totaling 26 one-to-one meetings. And we're continuing to have these virtual trade missions. Normally these trade missions are in person, and they'll begin to be in person again this fall. Our team did such a great job during the pandemic to really double down and do a lot of work to support our Nevada companies. Other upcoming trade activities will be for food service companies, animal feed companies, hay and forage producers, consumer-oriented companies, and specialty beverages. So we'll continue to support those companies on the trade front. And I'm not sure if any of you saw our Nevada Food and Ag Photo Contest that happened over online, but we did have over 40 participants, and we did pick a winner, and we will start to line our lobby with photo contest winners throughout the state. So we're very excited about that. With that, Chairman, I'm done with that report.
A lot of stuff going on, a lot of moving parts.
A lot of moving parts.
Appreciate that. You got a digital version for that?
We do have a digital version, will be available, yes.
Just throw it in the glove.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a few action items, department, telecommuting policy revision. And then,
I'll start going through these.
and we'll do them, it's a lot cleaner, I'm sure. Dag would appreciate that, we're gonna vote on it one at a time, each action item. Okay, here we go. Thank you.
So item 12E, the first policy on the agenda, per NRS 561, the Board of Ag shall establish the policy of the Department of Agriculture. What you have in front of you here is the telecommuting policy. As you can imagine, this is very timely and has used a couple of revisions over the last year. So the telecommuting policy shall ensure telecommuting as an option for those who meet the eligibility requirements outlined within the policy's accompanying procedure. It is a work alternative, not an entitlement, nor a statewide benefit, and does not change the terms and conditions of working at the Department of Agriculture. And Chairman, would you like me to read the entire policy or just the highlights?
I think everybody's reviewing it, so, does anybody want to make a motion to this telecommuting policy 2.91?
Also make it.
You'll make a motion?
Yes.
There's one motion.
I'll second
it. So we got a first and a second for telecommuting policy 2.91. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. It's so moved.
Jennifer, off the record, item 12C is our volunteer policy. The volunteer policy shall ensure the use of volunteers who provide a service without the expectation of compensation to supplement staff and support of the NDA's mission as needed. The policy shall meet applicable federal and state statutes, administrative code, federal, state, and department policies, procedures, manuals, handbooks, and directives and systems.
Perfect, thank you. That's a volunteer policy 3.0. Anybody want to make a motion? There's one motion, you get that? Perfect.
I'll second.
There's a second, a first and a second. Motion for volunteer policy number 3.1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. It's so moved.
Jennifer Ott for the record, item 12D is the hours of employment policy. The hours of employment policy shall allow the use of alternative and variable workday schedules in a manner that does not compromise services while providing flexibility for employees and the department. The policy shall ensure overtime use is limited to emergencies, unscheduled or unplanned emergent issues, or to meet critical deadlines.
Right, that was hours of employee policy 2.71. Any questions? We have a motion.
Motion. That went great.
To approve the hours of employment policy. Is there 2.7? Is there a second?
I'll second that as well.
Heather Lackey, for the record, second. We got a first and a second on hours of employment policy 2.71. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. It's so moved.
And item 12E, Jennifer, off the record, is the outside employment policy. Outside employment shall prohibit outside employment that conflicts with the position's duties or functions and responsibilities of the department. And all the policy shall meet all applicable federal and state statutes, guidelines, etc.
Awesome, thanks, Dan. That was outside employment policy 2.8. Is there any discussion?
I just have a question on this, is that's assuming full-time positions?
Employment at the department. So if you know, it's other positions as well.
So your part-time brand inspectors are included?
But yes.
Any other discussion? As it states, is there a motion? You sure she get that, Sam?
Yeah.
There's a motion, I'm sorry. That's rude. Outside employment policy 2.8, we got one on the floor. Do we have another? A second?
I second
You get that, Sam?
Yes.
We have a first and a second on the floor for a motion for the outside employment policy 2.81. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
You get that, Sam?
Yes, sir.
It's so moved. Outside employment policy 2.81. All right, moving on to agenda item number 13, just kind of a verbal. We're gonna do kind of a walkthrough of just for the Board of Ag, for the people that kind of check out and see what your guys' department is all about. And then 14, agenda number 14, public comment. We have to do. All right, so disregard, we're gonna do the tour now, and then we'll come back and do public comment and then adjourn. All right, let's go. Board member.
Meet over by the water fountain on the left-hand side.
You don't have to rush today.
Get us through
I know,
Sam, you find out how much the brand book is?
Peter said I was in problem this morning.
Yes.
Or.
Do you have any?
Yeah.
We'll still have a quorum. We'll be good.
So it'd be very.
It would be a 10 minutes. Yeah, we just have to have a quorum, so we can't have too many.
So we still have one too.
Good.
I know, I'm gonna be
Do they
busy.
kind of?
Yeah.
Throw me to the wolves right off.
Hey, Barlin. Barlin.
Did the
Do this.
audio go off on
Just
them?
gotta do it. Yeah, we do.
Barlin. Oh, sorry. We're gonna do the tour real quick. We still need you guys to hang out for a quorum if that's cool.
All right, we'll hang out then.
Hanging out.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. You want me to video FaceTime you? I can do that. Okay.
GoPro on your hat, so you can do the.
Yeah, there were more, but you know.
We have time. It's up to you.
In 10 minutes.
A lot of people.
Well, we allotted 10 minutes, so
All right, let's
per
go.
person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's all it's gonna be.
10 minutes per person, yeah.
Well, it's funny, so during the hearing, Bruce on the Senate side,
Yeah.
it said there's no.
No,
case
but
against
Tim
you.
would like a brand.
But the person
Ah,
was
figure out how to
unavailable,
sell
nobody
them,
just
like,
said
you're
they
editing
didn't
it.
this deal
Yeah.
before. Yeah.
No, it's not like something we call into the state every time it happens, so.
And, Brown Bay. walks outside.
Worried about.
You put me on the.
Yeah, you can probably book any service station.
Tim, they're $30.
30?
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, I mean, it's not, there's no
Good.
law that's against dropping it.
Yeah, I think so. I'll get it all
Customer
set
get
up.
the issue solved.
Yeah.
Ask the insurance companies, they're probably the ones that know.
Yeah.
Because they're probably sort of in. Yeah.
Back here tomorrow. And then back up there again Thursday.
Fix some banks, some field filters.
Yeah, what
That's what I was saying, I'm like, can we just?
Drive up there from Vegas. And I started there.
Make sure that.
Yeah, I couldn't see.
I saw one.
I don't know why we have to artificially make sure that it's done by this date,
Yeah.
but.
Right. What they'll have to do.
Well, there's not much.
I was, exactly,
Right.
we were, saying it, that's what I was.
Are you trying to get us moving on?
Yes.
Are you really?
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm recording for something. Yeah, I'll just have her fill, I'll just have her fill out the information. She will get all this. Okay. So I'm just gonna fill out the online form real quick.
I understood it as, so yeah, they could do.
Go ahead, Ashley.
That's what I wasn't sure if they were going in waves. Nope.
Yeah, no, they're gonna operate.
Okay, okay.
Hey, hey. Here we are.
So you are, Sue has one?
Julie. I have one.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna go back and ask this, because I know they kept some here, I just.
They're, on the back side of all of them. So you can
Okay.
force it in there. He has to leave at like 12:30, so he's gonna find me and come up there.
Or if they're coming in for any of the certification or licensing, they do have to test. And we do quite a bit of education. So when they come in, we'll either use that conference room that you guys saw, or Bruce will oversee the testing in the secondary where the actual test behind. So we get a fairly high volume of testers in all three locations. So also Las Vegas and here. So that's the whole area I could really show you here before we actually do last week. Did you get that, Barla?
I got it. I got it.
That's where you gotta go test up.
I need to be tested. Do they do COVID tests there too?
We got everybody here.
You're not allowed to test for trick.
But we also have our noxious weeds team, and that consists of somebody that works hand in hand with NDOT, technically NDA employees funded through NDOT, and our program manager, and then we have a lot of our field staff, so that consists of permanent and seasonal. So right now, it's pretty good count. Folks are out in the field, it's that time of year. So our noxious weeds program, one of the things I want to highlight that we're out and about doing is our weed-free forage and gravel pit inspection. So kind of going back to that whole mitigation strategy, they're inspecting numerous hay crops that are growing to make sure that it's not a source of noxious weeds. So in order, they'll if the hay is certified, they actually have a special twine. It's yellow and purple. So if you see the yellow and purple twine on it, it means it's been inspected. And that's one of the requirements that they're having more and more on Forest Service lands. But one of the big things that they're out about doing right now, we also have keep tracing that. We have our produce safety and compliance team, so they're doing a lot of education and outreach and also inspection services. So farmers have to comply with a certain side of shows have to comply with certain preventative measures in producing food. So they're out there helping them understand what activities that they need to be employing, so both parties, for the employer and the employee, so in terms of and just anything pertaining to pesticides and what they're doing in the environment to make sure that they're aware of that nature. So we have a dedicated person who does that. Just for context, we have about 1,800 licensed pesticide operators in the state, so it's quite an undertaking. So our pesticide compliance team, not only are we doing the preliminary testing and licensing, but they're also out doing field inspections and just making sure that they're following those and educating the entities of some of those requirements to make sure that we're protecting our environment and of course, so we have about 10 staff that are dedicated to that program. Quite a so now we get into like people get more confident the visual pieces of our industry. Come on now. Please, I don't have to talk a lot here, so basically
You're still with us. Okay.
I lost it. We're a little bit of a skeleton crew right now. We're getting our team back on. Robert performing our THC analysis for our animal program, but he is administrating.
You remember what this is, Garland? Any idea?
No.
Tested on that.
So this portion, what we primarily are doing, so we do actually we do science investigation. So somebody will identify data supporting my property, or I'm an organic farm. I think something may have gotten sprayed, or I think somebody's sprayed. Unfortunately, we get a lot of dog complaints. Somebody may have poisoned my dog. Actual analysis or anything along those lines, or we do groundwater testing to see if there's any so we have staff dedicated to that. We'll actually do the analysis here. So predominantly they're looking at I won't get too far in terms of our pesticide analysis, but that's a big part of it. Usually we need to kind of have what the pesticide may have been to help us isolate the testing, but they can certainly do run multiple samples to figure out what it might be. And as mentioned, the dairy lab, we'll be getting there. It's around the corner.
He's out, yeah, he wants to go to the dairy lab.
Dairy lab.
And then, so investigation phase. We also do, the only thing we really do in marijuana is they're required sampling for microbials or pesticides through set list under cannabis compliance board that they have to meet. And if there was a fail in their lab that they're going through, that's when it kicks in. So we'll do the secondary checks to confirm that the sample actually did fail and report it to conservation.
What do they do there? Smoke test? Yeah, right.
That's pretty much the only thing to do with it. But we, every crop that's grown in the state of variety, we test in-house, and report that back. So that can be, we dry it here, it's a very fragrant kind of year. I'll put it that way.
Does hemp smells just like skunk?
I don't know what's on that Marla, just some test, no big deal. You just think, hey,
Nope.
what's on the window?
You're not allowed to do a smoke test.
Yeah. No smoke testing.
I won't force you guys too much into the corner here, but we also do,
Whoop. Poor connection. We're losing you. There you are.
I know, there we go, sorry.
We're back.
Fertilizer.
Fertilizer. Had to take that over to the legislature. Gather a lot of it up over there.
Legislation. Plenty of fertilizer over there. Gotcha.
As you mentioned, we have our state psychologist, so folks can they can submit a sample, we take samples when we're
doing nursery or crop inspections if there's something of particular concern. So our plant pathologists, where they plate it, they do their work in identifying whether it's viral. Sometimes they can tell if it's chemical burn or whatever it may be. And where they specialize. We have two dedicated staff and then we're our plant pathologists that work in this capacity. So I'm trying to recall off the top of my head how many samples we ran last year. I would say it was under 2,000. But for one plant pathologist, it's a lot of samples. So and they do survey work as well. So he's also doing, when we do the annual quarantine work, when they're walking fields to garlic fields, it's the white rot, he's doing the verifications on that, stem nematode. We usually get federal dollars that are specific to pests that are of particular concern that we survey for. Sometimes it's crop specific. We do a lot of tomato surveys and they'll confirm whether they have any pathogens of particular concern on a federal scale. Okay, we'll trickle onto our entomology program. So this is Jeff Knight. Many of you probably know Jeff. Hey Jeff, how are you doing? So same as I mentioned. Pretty good. Here's Jeff's lab, which is slowly eating him because he's such a pucker of knowledge. I said your lab is slowly just encapsulating and starting to consume you. All the books and I'm trying to remember how many thousands and thousands of insects he's identifying every year. So that consists of samples that are submitted from the public, samples that we're getting in from the surveys. So we get federal funds to be doing surveys. A lot of those are pest specific. And Jeff is the lucky candidate that gets to go through and sort and identify. He loves it.
Where do they keep all his bugs?
Oh, yeah, we're getting there.
Oh, there it is. All right, the bug shop. This is the bug shop.
Yes, these are all full of.
Nice and chilly.
Yeah, temperature regulated for sure. Wow. I'm trying to think of anything else. Yeah, he has a crew that are out every year setting up traps. I'm sure you guys have seen the traps he produced before throughout the state. Those are all recorded, so it's part of our multi-state collaborative effort to try to identify these pests that are huge.
They got that.
There's the Mormon cricket.
That looks like a fair meal to me.
Yeah.
They haven't moved there yet.
Are they like the cicadas where you can't eat them if you have a shellfish allergy?
Cycles are not based on anything biological like the cicada cycle. Cicada cycle is actually a biological cycle in the cicadas. It takes them 17 years or 13 years. That's not right.
And they all go away, right? But I've seen that in Vegas, they get on the locust trees. Yeah.
It looks like the best we know now, it appears to be a girl cycle. And it appears to be that the eggs are actually in the ground, and sometimes they can stay in the ground up to, they think maybe even 11 years. Wow. Before the drought that triggers the eggs to develop and hatch the next. And that's what they think, that's the theory. We're working with some researchers on that up in Montana.
Yeah, those big Mormon crickets.
How many bugs are in his building was a question.
Where they crossed the road.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he was just like, how they are nice. I was telling you, they were low, all down.
We have approximately 400 birds in that lab out there that are identified in the collection, that there's various stages along the way. And a lot of the insects we collect on these, I mean, these surveys serve two purposes. Just not only do they put the dying ones, but they, we have certain ones we're looking for.
Honeybees, there's that many different types of honeybees? I have no idea.
I have two full-time
Well, this collection dates back to about 1950. Although we have presidents go back for donations and stuff. That's one box in there that's actually for Reno in the late 80s.
I'll be damned.
I think all of them that are you never know. It's actually one of those things that come and go. Farming crickets are fine and that. Always want to talk about, well, these are disappearing, or we haven't seen these. But 5 years ago, 6 years ago, you go up from Farming cricket, you'd be hard pressed to find. And now you can drive I-80, and my daughter was driving. Just like the road right now.
We're talking about it.
Yeah, they're greasy, terrible, slimy thing. And it'll be like ice on the road. Well, and then they'll keep it on each other. Okay.
Oh, so one of them die, then they'll eat it, and then, of course, that's the way that they pile up on the road, and you run over them, when you run over them. It's just like an oil slick.
So we'll be hitting the certification lab, which goes through the animal industry lab, which is usually what everybody really wants to see in the crop, right? So our researchers are out, they're actually verifying stocks are respected and that they're not selling products that's viable. You know, one thing you see those discounts.
Yeah, we're losing it.
We got. Hang in there.
We're there, we still got you.
We're going behind the scenes.
Behind the iron curtain, huh?
What's that? No, this is the perfect time just to pass stuff. This is where you go.
I got it. Got all them dates. There's a couple of their trailers, Harlan. Oh, I'm skipping ahead. I'm in trouble already. I'm in trouble. Not you. You'd never be in trouble. Either roll though.
Historical memorabilia that we keep in this facility here. And so we are, right now, we are facing one of the labs for our metrology program. This is the small mass lab. And I'm going to do most of my talking up here, and then we'll do some quick spins through the laboratory. We'll break you up into two groups. The metrology laboratories are climate controlled, both temperature and humidity, and so we try to use a few bodies in each of them at once. This many people would likely change the conditions, and so we'll break them into smaller groups just so that you can see it. Because I think, like with Ashley and everybody else, the visual is really worthwhile. But so this metrology lab is where we house our set of state standards that's issued to us by the U.S. Department of Commerce. It was issued to us by the federal government in 1972. We maintain them here. They're primarily along that back wall there, so we'll get to see that when we quickly go through there. So this is small mass. We have small volume, and then we have large mass. So we'll kind of quickly do those, and then we'll go back to the petroleum lab. So I can take as many as 4 with me, and then I'll come out for the next group. So I don't know if you. Okay.
Yeah, what are you thinking? Why did they get you all the way in the corner? Is that something just happened that way? Or? This is the big weight.
This is.
Oh, like got it. Sorry.
This is where.
Sure.
This room is where we do calibration of the 5-gallon test measures that our inspectors use in the field. We're testing regular fuel, but other liquids as well. You can see our linear weight measurement. This is where linear devices are calibrated against. We found the certificate of calibration for this. I believe that it was issued originally in 1969. Wow. Yeah. So not quite as fancy in here as I am, but the numbers will shift.
You said you tested fuel here now for what?
So that's the petroleum lab.
Yeah. Go over there. Oh, okay. I'm ahead of Ken. Sorry, Marlon.
That's all right. All right. Keep up the good work.
Do we have to kill the light or will it turn off on itself? We're going to the G light. This is the big voice.
So this is large mass metrology group. Where we do all the way up to calibrate up to 1,000-pound weights. This is the difference that we calibrate to. So that 1,000-pound weight has to be calibrated within that tolerance. Good question.
I can't remember. I don't know.
I was hoping that James would be here and he would know the top of his head. It's not.
So who calibrates your calibration?
We either send our things back to the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NCC, or our partner states. They can calibrate our things. If they're in a certified lab, we can send them to them, and we do that on cycles. We don't do everything at once, but sort of staggered. Some years we're doing 1,000-pound weight, some years we're doing 100.
Certifiable barley. All the way through.
Certifiably what?
Step on the mat.
So this is. Small mass, and if you want to walk over that case, that warrior piece that's over there. How small. Wow. Yeah, fully. Yeah. So this instrumentation, this then is into the
Yeah, and it's separate from the rest of, yeah, they don't want the vibration in there.
No, makes sense. Check out Tiny Vistas, dude. They go all the way down to those little guys.
Oh, my goodness.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I know, I'm here to help. Marlon's gonna give me a negative plus. That's not gonna happen. Do you certify the jump scales for highway patrol?
No.
Oh, they don't?
They are certified by a registered service agent who is accredited through us. But because those are not commercial scales, they're not required to be licensed.
So it's affordable, right? Okay, cool. Interesting.
So they are certified, they have to be tested and inspected.
Just like a radar gun or something. Okay. I guess that's, okay.
Alright.
That was quick. I learned a lot. Don't touch anything. I almost dropped the phone.
Still hanging with us?
Bet we're hanging. We got you. Yeah, Paul's there.
Let's see, where's Paul? Let me see him.
Hey, I'm right
There
here.
he is. Hey. What happened to your nights the other day?
I was gonna say, what happened to your Golden Knights then?
Yeah.
Hey, we just won our last two games, and so we are now tied with the Avalanche 2-2.
They win last night?
They won 5-1 last night.
Okay, I got half of it, but that's, I know it's a 2-2, right?
Yeah,
In this series, yeah.
yeah, 2-2, and then tomorrow back in Colorado.
They're a tough team. Colorado's a tough team. I
Yeah.
know about it, so.
Oh, we beat them pretty bad last night, 5-1.
It seemed like it was, I saw the highlights a lot more aggressive, like.
Yeah,
we're
that
here to fight.
that game was like nonstop action. It was crazy.
You got tickets.
No. See it better on TV.
They didn't know decoration changes, it seems like the same. There's Melissa. That's your original Melissa.
Melissa, fake cow.
That might be the first Melissa, I don't know. A cafe who?
Capybara, the
Oh,
largest rodent.
my God, that's huge.
What is that?
That's a
Capybara.
capybara.
It looks like a big prairie dog.
Looks like a prairie dog. It's like our,
Nutria.
yeah, it's a big nutria, you know what that is?
Something you eat? I don't know. What?
Yeah, no kidding.
Big road, I don't know.
What, you're gonna have to do 2 bites at a time on that one.
Gopher that takes a big hole.
Yeah.
What was that show on the Discovery they did, the life of the, it was like a prairie dog, but it was like, I can't think of the name of it. We need to do that for the capybara. Yeah, remember that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hey, prairie dog, yeah, that's it. How hot is it there today?
It's up in the 90s.
Yeah, it actually might cool off a lot. This last weekend, we were at 108, 109.
That's insane. We're supposed to be chilling a little bit off, but you know how that goes.
Yeah,
Hold your breath in Nevada.
It's supposed to be in the 90s the rest of this week, and then it's back up into the 105, 107 by the weekend.
Wow.
So
So it's up and down, like this whole year's been like that.
Getting a few more people to come and play though.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure.
This last week, when they opened things up, it was got pretty crowded in town.
Hopefully everybody had a good breakfast this morning. Oh, no, you'll be fine. That's overrated, yeah.
Yeah. Holds 18,000 people. And I bet a total of 18,080 official count was. Well, like, yeah, I watched the announcers were having to yell. Yeah, I watched it on the news this morning when they was doing the highlights. And it sounded like just roaring.
Probably had it in his, carrying it in his back saddlebag. His name was Gil. Yeah. Carried it around everywhere. There's cold.
There's no photos.
You know that's Gil, don't you?
Oh, yeah, oh, gold scale. With little weights on one side. Oh, Tim's backside is an ugly view.
I don't want to get in trouble. Oh, look at these cans, dude.
Oh. My son would go crazy. He collects old oil cans.
Oh, I know, right? It's like squirrels. That's a secret knock. Did you hear that?
Yeah. How 3 times.
That's where they check. All right. Do you do biodiesel ASTM certification testing or? Oh, okay. ASTM certification for biodiesel. We used to play with it until we decided we didn't want to have any degrees in winter time. It was a great concept, but you know, like it was, oh yeah.
So this is our solar laboratory. We have a solar laboratory in our office in Las Vegas. Around about 3,000 samples a year. With about 2/3 down there, 1/3 here. That's pretty similar to how other work for the division. About 70% of our work related in Southern Nevada. And I did mention we are coming up to having just at the eclipse of 48,000 licenses which is
Look at the test one every year.
we are very.
So what's the calculation for inspection? Depends on the site, like fabric. Oh, we got 30 pumps, you know. So.
Yeah, so it really like specific have some work studies that here and taking into account for regional considerations, travel time, you know, low in northeastern Nevada, maybe not quite as much in southern Nevada.
Lost connection there. There, right. Oh, right.
Every 2 years. We tell our field devices that are used more frequently than themselves.
Get a scanning program where they can fill out the paper, just scan it in.
Second phase of our license fee by 1 year. July 1, 2021 was the time. Very high year. That software.
Eventually, right? That makes sense.
So quickly, so you're over our time. This lab is where Campbell.
Settings that I can change here. And then there's a third one right there that's got 0. And that's the actual program audio now. Yeah. And then that's the audio. That was going all the way up to 10. So I had to change that all the way down. Change. Adjust. So I was adjusting that to hit.
Generally speaking, no, there are where you don't have gas stations. Generally speaking, they are inspection. There are certain types of ways to measure inspection, particularly large copper scales that are in construction. Yes, but generally speaking, retail locations follow random inspection times and dates, and statute and regulations require that we provide access during the
Paused.
Those are actually pretty cool, dude. We try to go around. Jeff, Bill said no go. Here we go.
We lost you. We lost your video feed. We can hear your voice, no video.
Hold on just a second. Wait, almost.
Get out of that dark room, out in the daylight.
How's that? Oh. Trailers, can you hear us now?
We can hear you good, we just can't see. That just flips, that flips us. We're still dark screen. Oh, wait a minute, here we go. Oh, still says pause.
This one is obviously towed and that one mounted onto the truck. Take these. Typically you'll see four. These all substations now that offer more than just products we have to pay. Aviation, no. But yes. Yep. And when there's a process that we do push that data, like we wouldn't do it in the same day. But yes, it would be cost prohibitive for us to have that large PDA just for one type of fuel. But we do have protocols to be sure that they don't get.
And my airplane's running funky today.
Yeah, that could be ugly. It's the wrong fuel. Yeah.
It's fine. Make sure you have a cell phone.
Don't let it run out.
Awesome. Marlon said he'd like to do a work with, if that's possible. Yep.
You bet.
Oh, is that what you said? I didn't hear you.
It must be windy.
Big one. Good.
It must be. Your truck.
I can't dish it, man. You know how it goes. You see those, a lot of those, huh, Harlan?
Well, we aren't getting any video feed. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh, that's good. You're not missing anything. Early. Let me see. Let me fire.
Whoops. Yeah, we lost it completely. There we go.
Is that better?
There we go. We're back. We're back. We're
So
back.
like I said, you've seen a ton of these before.
Yeah, got a lot of them.
Oh, yeah, just saying.
Not near enough of those though. I'd like to have some of them around and maybe I'd still have a bunch of my cows.
I know. Exactly.
It would have disappeared.
Here we go. It's all secure. We won't be able to get back in.
Well, just put your mask on. They'll let you in.
I know, right? Everybody's good. I got vaccinated, but I didn't know the protocol, so you know me. Safe than sorry.
Yeah, I got both shots too.
I still carry a mask in my back pocket just in case.
Yeah, I did. I brought one with me this morning because I wasn't sure.
Some places still, require.
She's just sleeping. Don't worry, Bartle.
Look dead to me.
All of those previous extractions that you was talking about, Any postmortem activity happens in this laboratory. There.
I never heard scrapers before until I was talking about it today. Not that much, we can't eat it if you incinerate it.
Here is our microbiology lab. This is where they do all of the feeding and testing. That's right. No, this is where we prevent COVID from originating in the vat. There you go.
Just saying, they throw it up there. And it's right there, responded, yeah. He handles it all. I collects it and kills them. I still got it?
Yeah, we're still there.
Nice.
And I think we're making traction. Yes.
Thank you, appreciate it.
They come in at the front for you.
No, I missed it.
And I get a checkout, right out there.
He has a lot of noxious weeds.
Laboratory. This is where the EIA is out here.
EIA, what the hell is EIA stand for?
EIA. Molecular diagnostics. You've been waiting the whole trip on this one.
This is where all of the DNA work comes in. So anything that is DNA based happens in this laboratory. So for either confirmation testing or any of that those activities. So we have several of the instruments in this laboratory are also the ones that are on the scale at the Oco laboratory as well, just not in operation because we the COVID general. We did find out last week that we're getting that money back. So
retire.
yeah,
That's perfect.
you start doing that. So this is yes, actually. Some of these instruments were provided on loan to the University Medical Center in Las Vegas during the first stages of COVID when they were working on the DNA testing for COVID-19. Yeah. Hi. All right.
They got, everybody's got his mask on, no one else does.
So if you didn't hear that, they get funding to do some more lab stuff that they basically concluded in Vegas. But now they're going to be firing it back up, which is awesome.
Sweet.
Second place. Hang out. Reminds me of when I was back on the ship. This is like crazy. I always end up in the galley or something.
No matter which direction you go.
Hey, Woody? Could you, I need to go to the bathroom. Could you take me in the bathroom? Oh, we lost you again. There, we're back. Yeah, we're back.
This is our dairy laboratory.
He's happy now.
This is our dairy laboratory where we do all the plating on the samples here. Any questions? Looks like
right, it means his approval.
Paula, you want to take over? And we're all about meeting with the needy population. Unfortunately, I don't have any
Just data, loads of it. I'm amazed that we feed that many people.
Shake the dust off of those now.
Yeah. Yeah, they keep them around for the pissing match.
There are only two programs that we do oversee. So this is an idea that our food distribution staff order for schools, for community organizations, for different programs such as food distribution on Indian reservations, our supplemental food for our senior farmers fund. For the ordering. And this is the part that we order also food for schools and we track them, and also for our emergency, the biggest program of food distribution is the food assistance program to the food bank. That's where we order all the food that we keep track of them. Then this part of the staff of the school nutrition program is like and also supplemental grants that we get to first food
Oh, yeah. He said they were just
and when I forgot to mention about we also have that we see the stores and distribute across the street in Gillespie, and also we have another storage in Las Vegas, to the right of the storage, and we also outsourcing our cold storage in Las Vegas. But this one that we have here is for dry and cold storage. And do you deliver it or do they come? We deliver, we receive them. For some places like food bank, we order them and the truck directly goes to food bank. Oh, okay. And for the also for big districts like Washoe and Clark is the same. But for the rural area, we receive them and then our trucks go and distribute for schools.
So you're sourcing and receiving.
Yeah, that's a lot. We receive, we have to do all the inventory and everything, and then distribute it to them, especially for rural areas. A lot of people. That's why we're going paperless. We have got a system for our food distribution program, for our community nutrition, and for school nutrition, we are building them in-house because of the grants that we got from USDA. We are building them. So we're trying to go paperless. Any questions? And this is the place that we process all the 24 million. That's how we track them, and then we send them to the fiscal for.
I think you're right, as far as cold food storage.
It's big.
It's big. Awesome, that's a good answer. It's big.
Just big. Don't cry, Rosa, she's got a point.
It's pretty big, and we have all the food that comes here, we store them in this warehouse.
Awesome.
And also process food, materials that they're sending for contracts for process food, they're all company.
Awesome. I saw that once before, a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
All the trucks.
I'm trying to like include it too. I mean, it's bigger than this building.
What's that?
You wanna do a work with them? Okay.
Dufresne. DUFE.
Of the building, hours, all of our teams that with the administration division. So IT, financial services, education, promotion, the trade group, all of the administration portions of it. But how many people work in this building? Some folks that we have that are pure on the road. Right.
Amber. Hey, Amber, how are you? Circles. Is that right? Yeah, we got to do public comment at 15 minutes,
We were all pretty well behaved this time, huh? You didn't have to do that much. It's nice.
I still have them in here.
Yes.
Let's get this.
We get everybody back? Sure.
Reconvened.
Let me, yeah, all right, I just want to say, awesome job. Thank you, guys. Round of applause for the team that took us around. Thank you so much. It's crazy to be able to delve in a little bit on behind the scenes, what you guys do. Pretty remarkable. A lot of moving pieces, as everybody says. We really appreciate what you do, and it's really exciting to be able to see what you guys do on a daily basis. So on and so forth. So, does the board have any questions?
Sure, one comment.
Yes.
I always thought they were smart. I know they're smart now.
Awesome, thank you.
Very, very much.
Thank you for the tour.
Did you have something, Jenna?
Yeah, I just
Go ahead.
wanted to correct quickly on the record from item 12E regarding the department outside employment policy. Contractors do not have to fill out the secondary employment form. So I wanted to clarify that.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
Right.
All right,
That was
so
it.
we're on item number 14. Is there any public comments now?
If anyone's joining us from online, if they would like to raise their hand by hovering over their name, I can get you in the queue. I am seeing none.
All right, and seeing no public comment, we're gonna go ahead and move to item number 15, which is adjournment. Thank you, everybody.
Can we have public comment from the board?
Oh, I'm sorry, do we have? Sorry.
I was waiting for you to be done with it.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah, we'll regress and then any public comment from the board.
Okay, first, hopefully I can get this caught up and right. I've been thinking about it all day. But to my understanding, Nevada is going to receive a substantial amount of money from different programs in the billions. And it's supposed to be used to help the state of Nevada. One of our programs working with USDA Wildlife Services has access to a helicopter. They could purchase the helicopter for 10% or 15% of its value to bring to Nevada. but it would need to be retro fixed and housed and a couple of things. If they were to spend their money on this project, then they wouldn't have the money to operate the machine. So if there was a possibility, we'd like to ask Director Ott if she could try to get some of that money, that maybe we could use that money for the infrastructure to implement the program, or to the helicopter program. Then we could work on using the money that we have allocated in different programs through parks, individuals, Department of Wildlife. This helicopter could be used for a lot of things besides predator control. Right now, ADC is contracting helicopters for wildlife and all these other places. We would have our own ship at a reduced cost, or the state and the wildlife services would. Anyway, we just would like to put that out there, that if it was possible to try to earmark some of that money. If it's possible, we're not saying yes, demanding it, we're just asking that if there was a possible route, and then if we could get support from this board to help, or, push this agenda along, the board support.
Any other public comments from the board?
So Bernard Peterson, for the record. I don't know, I'm not sure of what funding is that Pete is referencing. I do know I do understand there's a significant amount of COVID relief funds yet to be distributed, some to the state of Nevada in large funding. Is there a grant writing process that you're in charge of that Ms. Ott, that you have staff that can write that grant to ask for that funding for a department?
Do you want me to respond to that comment, or what's your?
Sure, go ahead. Well, I typically in public comments, there can't be dialogue back and forth, so I'm speaking on behalf of the DAG. So just take the notes on that, and then we'll, if that's concerned or something like that, we'll take a look at it for an agenda item.
That's perfect.
Any other public comment from the board? Barlin? Nope, he's muted. I like how you can mute that.
Did he do it, or did she?
She did.
I didn't do it.
No, I give Sam a hard time. All right, hearing no more public comment, we'll go to agenda item number 15, which is adjournment. Thank you, everybody, for your time, and looking forward to the next meeting. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
When is the next meeting?
September 8th. You should have it.
And location?
Okay, right?
Should be an we're not sure.
Vegas is December.
Well, you'll get an email or a text.
Our people will let your people know.
Yeah.